because we have jobs.
That's not fair.
Someday you shall also.
Uh-oh. Go to the other. Did you transfer us to the other thingy?
No, I will not.
Okay. Hello, kind and gentle folk. How are we doing today? Yet another wonderful day of ZBrush in my room. We have a handful of stuff for all of you who don't know. If you go to http://zbru.sh/tsw, you can upload your models for critiques. And yeah, there it is. Let's see. Oh, hit subscribe. If you're on YouTube, hit subscribe. And is it follow? I don't even
Like and subscribe.
Oh yeah, like and subscribe. And the little bell gives you notifications. And that's really helpful to everyone, so do it. It's helpful. Hey Miko, how's it going? There's Juan. Hey Jess. All right, so we have anyone from YouTube yet? Is YouTube going? It says it's up. All right.
Yeah, I did a test. It's working.
Okay, cool. Hey. Hope Jesus, I really can't say anything, can I? I hope everyone had a wonderful week. Boop. Exactly. Okay, so we have a handful of pieces to start out with, and then if we don't get more pieces than the 4 or 5 that we have, we could go into question and answer, or I can just start sculpting something over. So here we go. We'll start with Miko, since you're here and this is here. I don't know if this is starting to become a running joke about hands, but don't get me started. Don't get me started.
Hello.
Hello, how's it going?
All school.
Very good, very good.
This one is intended to be a pendant, but after making a sculptural block-up, I get a concern that it would not fit. It would not work as a pendant, and I tried to consider it around the cube as a plane of the body, but I still hope that you will get some advices about how I should approach it and help with hands.
Yeah, no, actually, I don't see where, I mean, it could work as a pendant. Now, once again, if it's palm out, it's going to be much more comfortable. If it's palm in, it's going to hurt,
Mm-hmm.
So, just by changing the position of the hand, you could make it a pendant. And then all you would have to do, honestly, is, because I've done a lot of, what are they called? The hands that have the candles on the tips, and it's a not handed destined. Come on, help me here. Hand of, and it has all the cryptic symbols on it, and like if you burn the candles, they do different things depending on what you. Yeah, but the hand.
No idea what is this.
Well, so it's a lot of the witchcraft and Wiccan people have these hands, and I can't remember what the hell they're. And I've made so many of them, I'm very surprised that I can't remember what they're called. Even Dan Brown used one. So it has to be real symbology. Dan Brown made up a word and we're all stuck with it. Dan Brown! If you made it round and then you just cut the hole as such, right, it could very easily be a pendant. So there's no issue with it being a pendant. It just comes down to wearability with the with the fingernails.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as far as the hand goes, you're getting there. The one thing I would say is work these out as planes a little bit more first, because your wrinkles feel like they're separating the surfaces, right? Because if you look at my hand, see, right, it's not a separate thing of meat here. You know, it is just meat. So, you know, what you have is this coming in like this, and that is coming in like that. And so that intersection creates that fold. It's not a fold that has a bunch of stuff removed. It's two joints coming together and making sort of that meat hump, you know. I think that's a technical word for it. Meat hump. Like, being very strong. So these joints sort of do a little bit more like that, and then you feasibly can get, you know, a wrinkle in there, but it's not really like a wrinkle, like a fabric wrinkle. It's much more two places joining, and then that's, you know, creating those intersections, right? And then I would say a similar thing here. Usually your palm's going to come all the way across. And this is going to read as a plane, and then this is going to read as a plane. You don't usually get that dramatic of a wrinkling going on, right? Even if it's curled. Right, you can see how it's still very planey. It's not scoop, scoop, scoop. So think of these as, you know, the one plane here, that's there, you know, that's kind of that. And then those wrinkles are more, once again, where those planes are intersecting, as opposed to it being massive scoops. And especially when it's this open, you know, if it starts to close down, you get much more dramatic scoops without a doubt. And then that, you're right there, that goes all out, you know. So just keep those a little less humpy, unless, of course, you know, stylistically, that's something you're trying to do. You know, styling, you know, it's stylized, whatever. But, you know.
Yes, it's a bad explanation. I mean, it's a stylized, I wanted to do this. I just tried to reference that guy with blown up hands that you will look at later. At the same moment, I just lost and blow up all what these pieces instead of making planes.
Yeah, so I think just, you know, once again, just view these as intersecting planes as opposed to them being, you know, big deep cuts. But other than that, it looks awesome. Honestly, this stuff on this side looked great. You know, I just think that your thumb meat kind of does this. It's not quite as straight there. It bows out here a little and becomes the thumb intersection, which then becomes this meat intersection. And then this muscle sort of fills in here.
So about the position of fingers, if I want to keep something like this for the first one and then try others, this position will be fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. I think that it leans, I think this line, hold on, we don't have, control bar, give me back. I think that this goes, I mean, you know, you're pretty close, actually. I think maybe that might be a little too high because right now it looks like you just have a straight line like that. Right? You see what I mean? And I think that this probably infinite Z. Z. Okay, it is. Oops. So I think that and that change. I think it's just a little bit straighter. And then you can rotate from this point, right? Like if you want them splayed out a little more at an angle, but make sure that they are actually in line with your hand when you start posing. If that makes any sense.
Yes.
Other than that, I think, yeah, and see that's where and yeah, I think that fingers, and I know that I changed some of this by moving them around. I made them a little too thin. They do take. I think that's a slightly any sense. I think this was a straight line across, and don't. Yeah, it looks a little bit more in line on this side, especially.
Yes, it always looks better when you change it.
It's because I'm really good at mittens. You know, I'm just dragging these closer to mittens.
Oh, okay.
Right? You know, so what would really make these look good is if you did this. There you go. That's perfect. It's a perfect hand. No, it looks good. Maybe. And I know I moved it so it drew everything out just a little, but I think it's slightly better position.
Yes, for sure. Should I be scared that people would kill themselves with these sharp edges?
Nah, I wouldn't be worried about it. I I make some jewelry that's dangerous, but like I have this stag ring, and it has these two stag horns sticking up, and it's like they're round, so they're not like needles. These are round; they're not like needles. No one's gonna really hurt themselves on. I mean, if you're worried about it, you can always come back in here in the backside, and you can fill this up a little. And what that does is it makes that less of a sharp tip, right? You just soften that up some. It makes that a little less aggressive. And from the front, it looks fine. But I don't know. I mean, I always like things like this. I would change the angle of them a little just so they are not the thing that is sitting against the body. You know what I mean? And how to do that. Maybe did that. Yeah. Where it's laying a little flatter, so really it's the palm and the edge of the thumb sitting on the body, or just make it where the palm's out, either way. But at the end of the day, someone who would buy something like this is buying it at their own risk, in the sense of you're looking at it, it has claws. If you don't realize that's going to hurt, that's not really on your back. I know I talk about wearability all the time and how important it is. That's true, but there are pieces that are intentionally dramatic, and yeah, yeah, it's just like, dude, that's on your back, I mean, if it's big and obvious, that's one thing. If it's hidden, it's small, and you don't realize that it's a needle that's going to put your eye out, I think it's much more dangerous on rings and pendants. You're not around your eyes and your nose with a pendant, really. So.
It's always possible to create a safety area around this hand by putting some.
Put a ball in its hand. Or seriously, there you go.
Or just integrate it into a default circle pendant.
Yeah, exactly. Or those little squeezy toys. Give it one. Those little stress toys that had the bug eyes. You squeeze them. There you go. Now it's a safe pendant. That's how you do it. Just put a squeezy stress ball in there, and no problems. It's going to work great. Hey, this is useful information. I don't want to hear anything out of you. There we go. That's the answer. I'm pretty sure.
Cool.
All right. So are we looking at the pendant as well?
Yes.
All right. I think the hand goes really well with the pendant and the squeezy ball. Okay. Much better. Don't you think? I think it.
Yeah, I had a question about the reflectivity edge around the head. that you showed, I tried to still keep some separation there. I don't know how to say it.
Yeah.
Some levels there. Oh, yes.
Oh, no,
And
that'll stand off fine. That's not a problem. You mean, are these two going to separate? Are they going to appear to be together? Is that what you mean?
They should look like a reflection, but still have this feeling like a little flower or something.
Yeah. No, I don't think there's any problems with that at all.
And I made leaves from the back and changed their.
I think this would be a really good example of where you could sandblast the leaves and then high polish the veins. And that would really make the center stand out a lot too. You know, where you get that extra texture step in the leaves. Leaves in the back look great. It's thick and follows through.
And the aren't is on the back of the circle are not fine. It seems I failed to make them at least as nice as on the front.
Yeah, no. I mean, they could use. Yeah, look, I think, I don't know. I think the back looks fine, honestly. The only thing I'd be worried about is you still have some places in here, like here, where there are these traps. So I would just make sure that these.
They in the separate polygroups, but in.
Yeah, that's fine. I think I would probably still. Get a little bit more penetration, so there's like, you know, like there was airspace in here, you know what I mean? So I would just make sure that that comes back around where there's no air traps. I mean, like there where it's going under, right? I would just make very sure that there's none of that air trapping, because that'll just make your manufacturing a nightmare, and it's rough on your mold as well. So like in here, see how that's not quite touching there? But so you see how that had airspace under it? And that's just going to be parts of a mold, especially if you're going to make a bunch of them. That's just going to be parts of a mold that are that tear, if that makes any sense. So, you know, let's take you back to where you were. I would probably bring it down to there. And then if you find places that are obvious, like these in here, I wouldn't lower the whole thing necessarily. Yeah, I mean, you can, but you're just adding metal weight then. But you can grab slide and just drag it until these areas intersect. Because if it's only a handful of them, you can come in with slide and solve those problems pretty fast. Because that's stuff that'll catch in a mold. And see, this is fine, right? Because it's on the outside edge. It's just the stuff that's back up and in there where you see, like that's not on an edge, right? So we just drag that down and in, because you don't want that mold to tear. And those are prime places for your molds to get caught up in there, and it just becomes a manufacturing nightmare. but that's fine. Yeah. It's just a handful of places, but if you plan to make a production mold, that'll kill you. No, I think it looks great.
Thank you very much. I will work on this.
Yeah. I would say, like I said, I think that, especially on this, once again, because of how busy this front side is, that you could really do a lot with a sand blast and high polished texture and let that really define a lot of what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
And it would just be neat. I think it would work well with it.
Thank you.
Of course. All right. Yep. Body 2.
Go ahead with Juan.
Sorry. There is also another model in that
sorry.
file.
Oh, we're back. Oh, yeah. Yeah, don't you think that hair is a lot more successful? It doesn't look like tentacles, it looks like hair now.
Yes.
Yeah. The coat looks like fabric moving, and it still has the flavor of the other stuff. You know, I think that turned out great. I think you still have the problem here with the planes and the hands, but because of the stylization in his face, I would do some of that stylization in his forehead. And this stuff in his hands doesn't look weird when his body's this stylized, you know? But I do think you'd probably want to carry some of this up into the forehead. And because the ribs are like that, I would probably do some of it. I would probably do some of this in the hands. You know, I would probably make this more stylized, sort of like the face, where there's a little bit of that separation. I think you could probably do some of it here. You know, where you're just stylizing some of this to match that and just get a little bit of it in the forehead. And then that gives the flesh that sort of stylization stuff going on. So other than that, I think he's turned out looking great.
Okay. Would I be able to put some additional texturing on the cloth?
Oh, sure.
And how? Like
You mean
extract brush or something like this?
That's how I would do it. I would do extractor. I think extractor is going to be your best way to put anything else on here, because you have these broken up into nice small divisions, you know, and grab a pattern. You can do. Let's try history. Out. And I have a history state set. So I always love when this doesn't.
It's needed to create a history state before making.
Yeah, I did. Did I not just make?
Probably in a step before this. It
Okay,
should be.
we're here.
Don't know, it's magic for me too.
Go here. Give me your hair. That's the hair? Yeah, okay. I think I'm just on the wrong subtool. There we go. Make that the history state. Like, because you're on the wrong state. Okay. G. E. Oh. There we go. Now we come back. Right, I think that's going to be probably your best way of getting details into some of that stuff.
And just a bit of hand sculpting above it. Just another month.
Yeah.
No more.
Well, I would probably sculpt the pattern you want on a flat plane and, extract it.
Yes, thank you. And I have a question regarding
Okay.
this one. From this point, it is not clear, but if you zoom in, you will find out that the hair of the guy is not cleared. I mean, the lumps from clay tubes and jets and beard was cleared from them. And is there really a difference that I should keep? And from what size these lumps on the hair will be not fine?
No, I think it looks
maybe
great because, well, no. I think the hair being bigger than the beard is important, right? Because it makes the beard facial hair as opposed to big hair. I don't see any problems here as far as scale or anything like that, if that's what you mean. I mean, it looks.
Rather, I mean lumps from the brush that I was sculpting.
Yeah, I don't see anything that. I like the texture. I mean, I don't think that there's anything here that's an issue. Is amazing
Okay,
Tiger
so
Technicolor
it
paint.
shouldn't be an issue, yes?
No, I mean, I think it looks fine. I like the differences.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
That's all. Thank you.
I like his tiger coat.
Yes, I will need to go with some texture there.
It's amazing Technicolor tiger coat. Okay. All right. So, Henry, you said do wands.
He's in chat with you.
Which one's wands?
The one Juan made.
Okay,
Hello, sir. How are you?
That's it. I'm doing very good. How are you?
Good.
I'm assuming, is it this one?
No, that one.
It's this one? Oh, okay. All right. Well, that said Ingvar on it. How am I supposed to know that?
No, that's not me, the girl.
It's the lady.
That's what I just said. He said no.
Remember, we're like 30 seconds behind you.
This one? No. It's this one, right?
It is not an action figure. It is a bust of a lady.
Yes.
All right. You know what would make her look perfect? Tiger
Mittens.
stripes. Everybody needs tiger stripes. All right. Okay, no tiger stripes. Fine. No tiger.
Well, I need a little bit of rake tool, so close enough.
I did de-nippler. Is this a school? This is a classroom acceptable. All right. I think your clay dreadlocks are pretty rad.
Thank you. Um, I'm trying to make it a pendant because I'm using it for the contest of this month.
Cool. I would say that if you're going to have hair coming through a skull, right?
Hmm.
The skull probably should have tiger stripes. No, I'm just um, I would probably say, okay, well, how is it going through the skull? So come on. Maybe make it where the skull is cracked
Okay.
and maybe have something like a pin going through it or something so it's attaching to the hair logically as opposed to just sitting on
Sitting on
there.
top.
Yeah. So I'd come up with a way to maybe make it look like it was hammered through, and then you have a pin coming through it that's holding it to her hair.
Mhm.
Also, I wouldn't have it going into her shoulder. Have it up and off her body, not in her body.
Okay.
So if you did,
Do you think of the transition between skin and hair very noisy, while the skull and the flowers are like
well,
not as noisy?
no, it doesn't bother me at all. If anything, it's nice because it separates the textures. The texture really makes it look sort of like dreadlocks.
Hmm.
And I think that the texture of the hair and the texture of the flowers and the face being different, I think is good. I do like that you carry the texture over into the eyebrows, right? I would
Hmm.
make the eyebrows bigger just because that's going to polish right off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would give it a little bit more Wittelsbach. I think that what is this a dress or is this just
I don't know. I'm still blocking out. At the beginning was supposed used to be like a dress,
mm-hmm.
but now I start putting flowers on top, so I might switch that to being more leaves.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Which also I'm using the all the leaves and flowers from that you guys upload for the members.
Sure. Um yeah, I would define what that is. Because like you said,
Okay.
at this point it's if it is a top, make it a top. If it's just flowers, if it's just flowers, I would probably kind of try to blend them into the body maybe so it looks as if they're where it
Huggy.
transitions into the body so it's kind of coming out of the body only because otherwise it's just this applique it's just this thing that's been stuck onto the front
Hmm.
but yeah, I would figure out a way to maybe because right now the skull looks like an afterthought. Oh, let's go back.
Actually, it was other thing. The first idea is that I was planning to make it like concave. The back will be concave,
Mm-hmm.
and once you flip the pendant, then now you have the skull looking at you.
Mm.
And the skull was supposed to have a vessel for two little stones,
Mm.
which I think I'm gonna try to work something around that.
Yeah, I think you can.
And I was planning to use the hair as jump rings, so make an extra hair where the chain will pass through.
Okay. No, that makes sense. I just think right now it looks like you tossed, the skull on top of the model because
Yeah.
it's very afterthoughty to me right now. Where
Mm-hmm.
if you did something like give it a hair. Oh, I have.
I have a, oh, I think I have thick skin activated.
Oh.
I'll do it.
Mm.
So I heard that you guys had a very good time at the JCK.
What's that?
I heard that you guys had a very good time at the JCK.
It was
convention.
it was great. We had really good response. It was really fun being there with Rio. And then I got kidnapped and sent to LA and did some sculpting for some jewelry, well, some grills for Little Nas X, and
Nice.
yeah, no, it was good. And looking at some, yeah, no, all in all, it was great. You know, something like that where it's actually interacting with the skull, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it looks way better.
You know, just so it doesn't just look like you just plopped it on there. And that may not be the answer, but you know, I'd prefer to see it look as if you know maybe there's just a hole in the top of the skull and it's going through the skull. You know, but if you're going to have it there and interact with the hair, let there be a reason for that interaction. You know, don't just toss it on top. I love your texture stuff. It looks great.
Thanks. Don't know if it will print, but I figure might as well to try it.
Yeah, no. And then hold on, let's see. You dinged her eyebrow or her eyelid right here, and it really it looks like an accident because it ties into the. It's right where there would be, you know, like if you were doing this and you accidentally hit it there. So it doesn't look like a facet. It looks like an accident. So you can facet it, just make sure that it doesn't look like a ding, right? You know, I think that's going to be a lot. And I would say that you probably want to make this twice as deep, especially if you have that much depth in the pupil, right? I would make this twice as deep, just so that becomes very, very obvious. I would actually probably so. Because that's just going to cause problems in manufacturing. Because it's so deep, it's going to knock off. Like if you make a mold of it, it's going to be a problematic.
Oh, and I put those eyes with the intention that the deeper, the darker will look.
Yeah, no, no. I mean, yeah, but it's, you know, especially if you're going to sulfur it, you know, if it's going to be silver and you're going to oxidize it, it actually just looks weird. It becomes, I mean, see how it already looks kind of weird, right? Because honestly, the eyes don't go that deep, right? You know, that's not, you know, that is the surface there. So that's why it's funny. If you'll notice, everybody does eyes very similarly. And that's because there are only a few ways eyes really work in sculpture without them just looking goofy. So I would say, you know, being inventive is fine. Being clever is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I just say that there are certain things that just, you know, we're just used to seeing, you know, and sometimes changing that can become very odd because your brain's like, well, wait a minute, why is that weird, you know? So I would make those, yeah, I would still make it probably even shallower. And I would make that detail because it's a neat detail. Was it an alpha?
No, it was inside multi-mesh.
Okay, but yeah, but it was applied.
Yeah.
So what let's go to the other thing I would probably do is I would also probably, if you have that as a cutting tool, you know, I would scoop this out. And give this, make this a scoop in.
Oh, I see.
Don't make it flat, make it a scoop. And why that is
What does JCK stands for?
you know, it's something absolutely weird. What does it stand for?
I Google it and yeah.
It's not what you think. It's not like Jewelry Consulting Consortium or something. It's like, it's something that's just weird. Someone look it up. I always get asked that and I can, because it's weird. It's just, nope. Henry, didn't you ask what it stood for?
I don't believe I ever have, but I have looked for it on my own before and was never able to figure it out.
It is, yeah, no, it's a strange thing because it's actually the magazine. You know, it started with the magazine, and the magazine, here, I'll look it up.
I think it was the initials of the CEO or somebody with all kinds of money.
Yeah, it's funny. It's a bizarro thing I can never remember because it's not like MJSA or something, which is Manufacturing Jewelry Association or anything like that. It's a strange. And so why you want to do it sort of like this? Let's keep trimming, sort of smooth. Mm. Mm.
Jeweler's Circular Keystone.
Yeah, there it is. See, I told you it's something
Oh.
bizarro. Yeah, it's not at all what you think it is. Yeah. I have no answers for that one.
Where did you find it, Henry? Use Google?
Just Google. Also, Java compatibility kit.
Uh,
I don't know if that's the one he was looking for.
Juvenile cystic kidney. Choose your own adventure here.
I like Java. It's a great little island.
I thought you were talking about the software. Say hi
Oh
to your
my
mom
God.
for me.
And I got verifying update. Oh my God. Everything's falling apart. Can I answer this?
Yes.
Can you mute yourself?
Oh, I'm not. I'm just saying streaming.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Mom.
There we go. My aunt and uncle got COVID, so I think it's, giving me an
So-
update.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, they're okay. It wasn't, that it's sort of, losing your tape, but no one's on respirators or anything yet, so that's
Mm.
okay. But keeping our fingers crossed, right?
Yes, indeed.
So why you want to do this is, let's go to something reflective. Is look at how this reacts, right? And see how it's just a flat, shiny thing. And look here how you get motion in that scoop.
Mm.
And it allows it to feel like the eyes are sort of tracking, like they have some depth and motion to them. And you see how you're getting the reflection off that surface there in the pupil, where back here you're getting this long, dark circle. And that just doesn't read pupil, right? Because our pupils don't do that. I like how I talk to the mic. The camera's over here. I need to put the camera right so I talk to my. But yeah.
Actually, funny you mentioned about the eyes because I made 2 fast renders, which, by the way, I'm not very proud of them. I put them on the community art on Discord,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, the eyes are like very, very, very dark.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, I think that if you take that and apply it to a scoop, you're going to be much happier with your product.
Cool.
All right, so let's turn everybody back on. See what we. But do you see how that gives at least some directionality to the eye as opposed to it just being flat?
Oh yeah.
So I think the flowers look good, leaves look good. I would, well,
Yeah, there is another reference behind the rose.
If something's going over something, make sure it goes over these little intersections between that. One right there, those 2 leaves living in the same space.
Oh yes.
No. And the only other thing you have to worry about is making this stuff connect, right?
Oh
Because
yeah,
all
I
that
was
air's-
full dashing.
Yeah. And that's just a dragging it when it's all done. Right?
Oh,
Yeah, I think those are the only issues.
what do you think of the texture in the body? You think we're
I like it.
past?
Oh, yeah, of course it will. I mean, if you don't
That
have
was
a
amazing.
conscientious polisher, they're going to polish it right off. But I think it can hold up if you leave specific directions, or I would just make it more dramatic, and then you're kind of forcing it to stay, if that makes sense.
Mm. Yes, I was just daydreaming. So I figure I'm gonna leave the pieces not connected yet, because then if I decide in the future that the leaves can be like green gold, flowers can be a rosé gold, and so on, right?
Yep.
Like,
No, that'd be
just for
great.
fun.
Yeah, no, I love
Look, 'cause
multiple metals. I mean, if it's
imagine
cast
the
separately,
hair.
it's awesome.
Yeah, can you imagine the hair on a 10K gold, yellow gold? But
Yeah, no, I think it'd be great.
will
I'm
be
all
like
about multiple
ten-
metals.
will be like a 10 different pieces, or
Yeah, no, without a question.
But yeah, no. If I move forward, will be just silver for fun.
Yeah. No, without a. You see how this eye just look more natural than big flat plane there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nope. Killing it, my friend.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank
Of
you so
course.
much.
Yeah, no, thank you. Looking great. All right, so I guess we have
Up next is Ingvar.
Ingvar.
Cat Goyle.
Cat Goyle. Cat Goyle. Oh, I thought you said at
Mhm.
Goyle.
Nope, Cat Goyle.
I like the nice clean faceting. And look, his biceps actually connect up in the body. Um, so the only thing I would say about your eyes is that you have mirrored pupils where like pupil reflections, since they're both spheres, you won't get mirrored pupil. What you'll get is, so if you right, you're using that crescent, but it wouldn't go the same way because you got to remember your pupils are reflections onto spheres, so they're going to be in the same direction. And see, now he's looking at something as opposed to being sort of cross-eyed. Yeah, I'll show you some pictures of the grills when we get done with it. The other thing is make sure that, oops, that these things are touching. Even if it is the fingernail, just the nail. But I would do it more like this one where the belly of the fingers touching and the fingernails up. So belly of the fingers touching and then bring the nail. And I know I've distorted your model, but I'm just trying to distort your model because my focal shift is horrible. And if you plan to produce it, I would have these flat. And you can cut the grooves in it so it looks like it's not flat, right? But I would have that filled in because those are just places where molds will fail. So if you're, just make sure that the thing, especially when, I mean, he's holding on to this thing, right? Just make sure that he's actually in contact. And that gives it a lot more tangibility, like it's holding it on. Because the second you see airspace in there, you've lost the illusion or the story that he's holding on to. And I like the stylization you have going on where it's really simple, very clean, but facety. And I would probably try to carry that over into the stand as well, or into the plinth that he's standing on. Just so it feels like it's from the same sculptor, if that makes any sense. I'd probably make the ball a little facety. Hold on. Okay. And I'm just gonna do this real quick. Just so we can look at it. Right. See how that instantly doesn't look like a CAD piece anymore. It looks like a sculptor sculpted the whole thing. So I would say make the changes with that. Make the hands and feet actually holding on to the ball. No, he's great. He's a lot of fun. And your anatomy's nice. I love the simplicity and the stylization. He looks great. Holy Hannah. Chatting going on. What's up? Oh, we're talking about peaks.
Talking about whackums.
Walk 'em. Walk 'em. What does it mean? Beautiful business or something like that? Wall.
Is that what it means?
Yeah. It's Walcom. So it's a beautiful company, or it might be it's something harmonious company, beautiful company, something like that. Will the Google machine tell us? Oh, updated. Text. Let's see. Okay. What is the meaning of yeah.
Well,
Meaning of Walcom's name. Let's see.
I found this on the web.
What was she? It means like even their website does. Okay, wasting no more time on that. Okay. Was this person here?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Looks great. Ingvar, you're killing it. Okay. So now we have this one. Woo-doo.
Yeah, Jin.
Is Jen here?
I haven't seen them yet.
Okay. Well, we'll go through it. So it looks like you're still in the stylization and figuring out where you're going with it mode. The one thing I would suggest, and I mean, once again, this could be how you're stylizing things, so don't ignore me if that's what you're doing. But I find that using clay tubes at this point works really well, or works best, because as you're throwing lines down, you're using your edges. You're using the edge of that square alpha to define these forms. And it allows you to really come in and sort of tune in your surface changes and define your lines pretty easily, but it allows you to keep nice clean lines. And so I find that clay tubes is my go-to brush for basically, because I don't need to cut lines in, and you're getting there. I mean, you're doing it. I just think that you're creating, like, you're putting a line down and you're going like this. I think that you can get, if you use shorter strokes also on these on these filling in things, a couple things to keep your model cleaner. So it looks like you're kind of doing this and you're getting like a lot of chatter in those fill-ins. If you just go a little slower, especially with clay tubes, you have no buildup. So what it allows you to do is create a smoother fill-in than a chattery one. So the shorter or the slower you stroke, the cleaner that stroking is going to be on in your blocking up. So I think that just getting in the habit of, when you're doing this cross stroking stuff, do it slower, right? Like, let's go across this again. You come in here and you put your line in. And then instead of, see how much chatter you have there and how it's all denty and rubby. At higher resolutions, this can be very difficult to get rid of. I think that at this point, it's much easier if you just start stroking and you just do it a little slower. And since the clay tubes is a layer brush in a lot of ways where it has no buildup, you can see that you can get really nice, clean details even at this point by just stroking closer together or not moving so fast, right? Because you see, the faster I move, the farther those strokes are away from one another. And so if you just do it slowly, it gives you a nice thing. And another way to do it even cleaner is if you go no back and forth. You don't get the V going on. It's just the same direction of, it's only one direction in your stroke. So we're here. And see how that's cleaner than the, when you're getting both directions. So you get none of that V crossover. You can keep these strokings really nice, very clean, and very directional. And that works really well also with texturing. If you're trying to get a nice even stroke, let's just go down this leg here. Let's say you want it a cross hatching in here. Let's divide. And you do want lines. Well, let's turn no back and forth off. So we go like this, and you sort of get these, right? You're getting points, right? Because you're getting the stroke, 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 stroke. It's sort of the pattern of your stroke, where once again, go to no back and forth. And even if you're moving sort of far apart, it looks like a cleaner pattern. And that was me moving pretty quick. If I'm moving slow, you can see that there's a lot less chatter because clay tube layer tool, right? There's no buildup. So it's a much cleaner stroking. Yeah. I mean, I like your forms. Maybe give this a little bit more dynamicism. Pay attention to the spacing of these guys and the depths of these guys. So have them closer together here, and they slowly get farther apart. and or deeper and farther apart. So you're creating a visual rhythm with your motion, and it gives the part a little bit more motion.
Where can the no back and forth button be found in a normal UI?
No, I'm kidding. It is in button, path, stroke, no back and forth. So in your stroke menu, it is modify. Yeah, no back and forth. Look at that. It just says stroke, no back and forth. You're a liar. But work with your shape a little more to give it a slightly more dynamic form. It's too big. Fine. Here again, I'd probably make this a little bit more of a surface transition as opposed to just two layers, you know, or same layer, just two outlines. Make it do something. It would curve around, curve it all the way around. Don't just let it stop. Figure out what it's doing. Nothing interesting. Sometimes geometry doesn't work the way you think it will. Never learn. I'm streaming. Yeah, but no buts. Hey Ash, how's it going? Here, hold on. I'll give you a good look at it. Very nice. Right? And I have a bunch of profiles on it, but my keyboard stopped shifting profiles. I don't know. IQ's a persnickety piece of software. But yes, it's very. I have seasonal ones. I have Halloween. Right. So I think if you just have a little bit more brush control when you're putting stuff down, you're going to wind up with cleaner initial ideas, which will make your design lighter. But I mean, the forms, I mean, your silhouettes look great. Very nice, very nice. All right. Is that everybody?
Definitely not.
Well, I mean, everybody in that first download.
Definitely yes.
uh,
Right here.
interweb. No, I'm looking for the interweb.
Oh, they haven't gone anywhere.
The interweb. Download. Hold on, Ash. Code tool. While these are opening, Ash, are you ready? See that big red triangle? Gotta fix it. So now we got Cyberpunk. Ooh. Christmas. Nightmare. Storm is pretty good. It like has light. It is the remote control, it says. Jack-o'-lanterns, right? Right? Yeah, no, it's exciting. Yes, but see this big red triangle? It doesn't let me keyboard.
Yeah, I'll help you fix it.
Very annoying. Yeah, so it's pretty wonderful. It gives you all kinds of moods. Are we starting on this one, I guess? Hold on, let me delete. If someone comes, trying not to have 40 terabyte of other people's work. So are we just starting here? Does it matter where we?
Hollow is the next one.
Which ones?
Let me put them ZBrush. Their name starts with a V.
Okay, Hollow.
Cool.
All right. Sort of that little big plant character. I love that guy. Burlaps that guy who's a hero. Hell yeah.
I think this is from a game called Hollow Knight.
Oh.
It does.
We have an Goop detector is not what we were looking for. Is this a PC game?
Might be both at this point. I think it's on Steam, so let's assume PC. Oh, Nintendo Switch as well, at least.
All right. got an idea. But actually, it's nice. All the layers are super clean. It looks good, and I do like that the leather wrapping is more organic, and it still ties into the theme. Which, I don't know in the game if it happens or not, but I'm always skeptical of things just plugged to the sides of body. But I think that it might be the case because I didn't see anybody wearing a belt or purse. But yeah, well, sticking onto his back. Honestly, that's, well, I would say you have this nice square opening, and then your wings just are sitting there. I understand that it's, obviously true minimalism, but I still, it's just one of my pet peeves. I just would like to see them actually touching the body. You have this nice shape that's there, and just the implication of connection, I think, is worth thinking about. Because that at least looks like, hey, there are wings coming out of that slot, as opposed to there's a slot where there should be things connecting and they're just touching. You're out of here, Juan. Ciao, ciao. Exactly. It is a mood piece. And I know that's persnickety, but that's the kind of detail stuff that makes models look good compared to looking great. It's just intentionality. You can have minimalism, but it's like they are winged. They are going. They provided a slot for it, so it's not like these where you don't have a slot for them. And if you're going to, is the plan to produce this? Is this person here?
No, I don't think so.
If you do plan to produce this, these are going to have to be individual parts that then pin on, because if you're going to want that kind of airspace, and I think you do want that airspace, I would turn this into one piece, especially since you already have this like square area here. I would turn this into one piece that then has pin, and the wings just kind of pin on. And in that case, you'd also probably want a connection pin, make the knife touch the head, and then have a little connection pin there. Because if this is your only connection point in the figurine, someone's going to tap that and it's going to twist that arm right off. I think it's in character, it's in style. Looks good. But if we look at these other figurines, right, everyone's pretty staid, right? Everyone's standing up straight. Everyone's very stiff, and they're just up, they're tight. If you look at these, the game stuff is really dynamic, right? I mean, look at how much motion there is. If you look at any of the stuff from the game and the illustration stuff, he's pretty active, And I think you could probably stand out from a lot of the other figurines, but I mean, just even him standing here, look at how much motion there is in the, like he's in a pose, his knees are bent, you know, there's action. I mean, look here, look how active all these people here, right? You know, he's posed and, you know, there's a lot of motion. I would consider, I mean, because this model's lovely, but I would consider making something that's a more active pose, and that'll separate this as a figurine um, from the others that I'm seeing here, because everything is pretty staid. But I mean, once again, you know, look at how, you know, look how active these, and that's what makes them kind of cool. You know, even this just standing straight up, but see how much motion there is in the cape. So I would suggest rethinking your pose and making it more dynamic, and that way your figurine will be dramatically more interesting than these other figurines, because these other figurines are pretty staid, pretty boring. And you have such freedom here. I mean, in the sense of, you know, their illustrated images are, you know, a lot of really posture, even that motion to it. So I would suggest making it in a much more dynamic active pose, and that will separate your figurine from, because like I said, the figurines that are just, you know, at least this one has a, but look, everyone's just staying, they're just straight, they're upright. It has slightly more dynamic, but it's still very presentational. Yeah, get him into action, and it becomes a, because yours has some surface detail really low. And you know, this is a good straight pose, but this wings out, get that fabric moving. I mean, because it's super tight and clean. There's say about, like I said, if you're fabricating, you just got to think about what's going to snap. Righto, looks great. Honestly, looks really nice. Who was next?
David Mora.
Uh, the paint. Yeah. Well, your eyes are honestly not horrible. You know, I don't think it's anything. We see much worse eyes, sure. um, so the eyes aren't even, or very rarely are they even. There's usually more, like the bottom's a little less move. There's less curve on the bottom of the eye often. This comes up and sort of get so you're not that far. So your eyelids, I think, are more your issues. But so basically, what we have is a skin. And that's just the skin sitting on. So it travels with the shape. And that's why you sort of that almond shape, because the eyeball has that, the shape of the eyeball is round. It's not round. You have your pupil in this thing. And the skin going over that is what gives you that almond shape. So let's get our when you're thinking about your eyes, a little flat. And then this piece of meat, and it's sort of filling in, right? It's not a scoop. Now, I am speaking in generalities. There are all kinds of weird skeletal faced people who have scoops, no fat in there, such. So take these as generalities, not as this is a hard, fast law, but for the most part, this comes in and right, you get off there. And that's what's giving you, where the eyelid meets the eyebrow. This is the stuff. And depending on how heavy your eyelid or your brow lid is. I'm having a bad burp. And then under. And so you start very rarely as a scoop can be, but just how those muscles work, it's sort of like an oval of muscle. So you don't very often scoop it, but really comes. So the other thing with your cheek being so out, it sort of squares off the face. That kind of comes a lot of that. And just remember, this is not cut in. It's where those two planes of meat, or the meat meets. Does that make sense as far as the eye? Because well, I'd say once you get the things sort of in the right depth, you can then start to make. If you do, you have a if you have a reference image, we can kind of go over it. But I just think that you were a little too square in the cheeks, and that makes the eyes look odd. But you know, the real thing to remember is that the eyelid, even if it's not lidded over, is, you know, it's a thin piece of skin that let's just take the back of the, right, this is the eyeball. What you got to remember is that the eyelid really is a thin piece of skin that follows the eye. And where you get that shape from, like I said, is that this isn't round, right? So the shape goes up and over where that hump for the iris is. And no, you don't sculpt eye symmetry, but and then are where the depth excuse. Right, so this is where these intersections are. You have that meat, it's diving back and in. Let's symmetry. This edge, you know, you have that little bit of edge that rolling around. That goes under the side lid. And this comes over that part. And that's where you get sort of this scoop shape here, because the thin lid is coming out and it's now starting to deal with muscle structure. And then the same thing happens over here. You get thin. Thing. Surface leads. And you get that scoop there. This is a 9 again. And then the brow is determined, this piece. Right, and that's epicanthus anatomy. And that's what's creating that. So this line, even if this is very shallow, this bottom edge is always on the same plane as the eyeball, because it's just a really tiny thin skin that then interacts with the brow. So you can, there are people who, there is really no line there, right? It's pretty, it's like a clean scoop. And so, but you just need to remember that that is flat on the eye. And then wherever it starts to go up and meet the brow, it's always going to curve that's going up and meeting the brow, and or it's going to be meat that's coming over that, and that gives. Does that make sense? Double hit. Have any questions on that one? But I think it's just really important for you to remember that it's not something that slopes up off the eyeball. Really, it slides along the. Cool. All right. But no, it's looking great. You're getting there for sure. What is next, my friend?
Jace. Jace cover anim school project. Mm. Let me see. Let me see. It is a figure with a staff standing on a small pedestal. It has many subtools. And yes, nipples copy 1 is the one that'll start.
All right. Get rid of it. Armpit. Still think it's funny what reference you were using. It's interesting because this stuff is actually very nice. This is a good interaction of what happens. Your bicep is a little hot. It's just at a slightly different. Because it's connecting right up in. And don't feel bad. That's like one of the biggest things I mean, this is a reoccurring theme. But your forms are lovely. I mean, like this interaction right here, this, right, you just, so look at your armpits so they actually attach to the, instead of floating, instead of it being a disconnect. I think that here again, these are areas that meet. So it's not a big curve. This is pretty tight. And if you just look at your arm, right? Two planes intersecting. I like your stylized. I would say that you probably want your shoes to have more thickness, or have them sit on the foot more, because that's a lot of airspace in that shoe, and it would just flop off. Where your stylized wrinkles and belts are good, make sure that whenever you're doing belts or straps or anything, like right here, see how these straps are intersecting? Move Topological is a beautiful tool, and it allows you to make sure that when you have things that are intersecting, that they intersect cleanly. Like here, how this is kind of happening. Just pull it out so the one is actually going behind. That's real important, because it's what makes a pro model from a nice model to a pro model. Making sure that there are no places where your straps don't make sense. You have these lovely organic forms coming out of the belt loop, but you have none of it going into the belt loop, right? These just originate here, so they're almost like horse tails as opposed to an actual belt. And once again, see here how it's going through that. If you're going to have them go to one side of the belt, and then the knot comes around and becomes the other side of the belt. But don't just have things end randomly, because your model's lovely. You don't want it to look silly because of just those little bitty touches. So I'm assuming you're thinking that these are the belts. I'd have them weave in and out of these things. Use the buckles as buckles if you're going to have buckles, and then have these things have some reasonable connection to the belt beside them, unless it's a pin on tail, and then there it is. If you're going, and even something that's a smoothly stylized, I would still, I mean, these are fine, but I still want to see holes, and that these go into those holes. Because if you're going to put lacing, if you're going to put lacings and things, make them lacings. Because if you just put X's on it, and I mean, once again, in a stylized figure, I guess you can get away with that. But I don't know, it just seems a little cheesy. It's not that hard to do. Like I said, these are just the little things that take a model from being, you know, a nice model to being a well-conceived, conscientious model. And it's the little touches that really make the difference. You know, world-class models, hobby models. And obviously, you can make a stylized ring or a nice clean ring and get it. But, you know, there's just a world of difference between laces going into holes as opposed to just square things sitting on top. Right? Get our reference. The face is great. The ears are awesome. The hair is super fun. I would clean up your base hair, even if it is making bands of this, but I think your base hair needs.
They said hair is hard for them, so I'm assuming they're not thrilled with it.
Yeah, well, I mean, the stylized hair is kind of fun. I mean, you know, I don't mind the stylizing of the hair, but it doesn't match the style right here, right? Like, this is a very different creature than this. And even since you have these braids, even if you made these just from center and came out, and it's like the same poly count as this, and you just have these nice sort of half dome, you know, stylized form that's going in, I think that's going to sell this twirly stuff a little bit easy. Yeah, hair's tricky. Very tricky. Especially stylized hair is tricky. The real key is that you have to stay with the rules of the world, right? So if you defined these forms as hair, make sure that the hair is those forms, right? Does that make sense? I think that it might. Because the hair is probably comes up in a. That gives you a little bit more. But the pose is nice. Anatomy's nice. Like I said, make your armpits connect. Because you actually have the fat of the armpit right and nice, but then I rolled it around. And then, you know, this is sort of a lump, right? It's not because that fat meat or that tissue is same here. this goes. Little so the direction out correct. But it's really nice and so yeah. Fix your armpits. Pay a little bit more attention to your intersection. Get your wrapping where you're not missing any, like you're not getting any of the cross wrapping. Make sure the shoes either have thickness that's touching the foot or it's pushed in and touching the foot. You don't want it to look like it's baggy. Get the belts actually woven, because if you have this coming, you know, is it something that in that? You have these buckles, use them. And then if they're just lashed through, that's one thing. It's not there. If there's put the knot. Make sure that your hands are actually in the position to be, right? Holes don't go through fingers. Then at least wherever they're touching, make sure that they are touching. However you plan that intersection. Yeah, whenever you have something holding something, make sure that it is actually holding it. You know, not like this, but, you know, make sure that it's actually touching. Now, of course, you know, if she's sitting there and, you know, her hand's loose, but still something, one of those fingers needs to be wrapped around that hole because it's holding it into that intersection. Don't have it cross. You know, if you have a hand holding on something, don't have it cutting through the thumb. You know, take the time and make sure those layers that are supposed to be on top of each other are on top of each other, things that are under things, or because those are those little things that really make a model good, you know, because the face is lovely, the character is good. I mean, like I said, the anatomy is tight. It's just when you posed it, you did just, it got a little bit out of control on. But you see the difference there, where this is coming up here and connected to your biceps here. So this is really nice. It's just you just bicep up. The pose is nice, has good balance. The ears over the ankle. So hands, armpit, belt, shoes, hair. You know, you just have to homogenize that hair. Yeah. Other than that, I mean, you know, the model looks good. I just think you can do some tuning to get it tight. So what's the next? Or do we have any questions on that? Was this person here?
They are here. They tried to post their reference image, but they're on YouTube and YouTube deletes links.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Like when you type a link into YouTube, it'll look like it posted to chat, but it's not
It doesn't.
posted enough. It just gets stripped
on.
away and nobody but you can see it. If you search Diana the Acrobat on Google, get a control plus. Yeah. Keep
What?
going. Control plus.
What's that supposed to do?
Zoom in. Is it not doing anything? Nah, never mind. You can control minus to get it back. Nah. None of that mess.
I still
Hey,
lost
too
her.
much. Too much.
Wait, oh, there she is.
Hold up.
There, Control Plus. That's just making the.
Forget what I said.
Okay.
It's not working on this website.
But see here, even here, I would still argue that her shoulders are out a little bit, but okay, I'll let you get away with it. She's an acrobat. But see how the bicep is going in to the, and you're getting that little muscle thing, and then her fingers are wrapped around the object she's holding. Ah, yeah, that hair. So I probably would just do that with snake, and I'd probably sculpt that, trying to get. And there are some cool hair brushes, and yeah, see here, this is weaving through the buckle, it's coming out. It's still just coming out of nowhere. Make that a knot or something, because I'm gonna hold on to the body. It's just sticking there. Sadly, we have to justify. No, you're damn close. I mean, it looks good. I think there's that handful of things, and then Amateur. It blew out her neck. I was coughing and we lost her neck. So normally I would just try to get the rhythm of the hair first. And then you can come small and really start to obviously careful than what, but right? Does that make sense? Because at least then you can get the overall feel of it, and it then becomes something produced. This is a game asset or something. I would probably still do it this way. Get your rhythms and forms, and then come in with your individual strands and match on top of this, you know, where you have your flow and rhythm. Because I think it's very hard to get really nice organic flow unless you're good at hair. It's tricky to get it to where it has that rhythm flow. You get the size and thickness differential, you know. Okay. And try not to throw away her neck. Yeah. Excuse me. Henry did it.
Nope.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
There they are.
Okay. Just making sure. I was just like, gotta make sure, because, you know, you never know. But no, it looks great. It's a lovely model. Have any questions, or we're done here? Who's next?
Next one is Durin. I believe you'll see a knight. Nope, horse is next after this one.
The download?
Yeah, you did. What's the... Yeah, that one with 13.
Oh, yeah. You have a body, or did you just start sculpting? One sec. Oh. Give me 1 second before we. I want to close my door. I just got cold breezes just started coming. Oh. Okay. Alrighty. So by not having a body underneath, you've lost a little bit of where your anatomy is, which is fine. Because if you think about, what do you have? Okay. Okay. So, anatomy edge. Once again, your arms are not attached to the torso. So this is a common issue. And it creates for, especially when you start to put clothes on it, it creates for some interest. So what you got to remember is that your rib cage doesn't get bigger, right? Your rib cage doesn't distort. So everything that's attached to the rib cage is actually attached to the rib cage. And you can see how far out your shoulder blades are. And this is a very common issue. Because people want people who are bulky and big. And so they just widen the shoulder blades. That's not how anatomy. So, you know, your shoulder blades or your shoulder bone is really here. And that changes this. Now you can have deltoids, big old biceps, but you're not going to get, like, your lats aren't this far out, right? Because if our rib cage, our pecs are in here, and your lats can come in as such, but it's not sort of this. This is actually a pretty square muscle. So you just have to turn to your anatomy and think about it. So there's a really good book, Anatomy for Sculptors. And then there's also the Atlas of Anatomy that's by, I'm having a problem. Visual Body is a physical thing, which really shows you how the body connects. And so when you're making bulky people, the body just doesn't stretch out, right? You know, your pecs are still here, your arms are still connected in. You just get bulkier. And so it becomes pretty tricky to try to get it right when you're just pulling out. You can have big lats.
Hey, Tomas, can you pull that mic in a bit?
Oh. Mm. There we go. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were looking at my computer.
Happens every time.
I know, right? And then these sit on top of that, and this is a big here. But see how indented in your back is? Once again, you have a rib cage, right? So your rib cage really doesn't change. So you have to have that cavity is created by the rib cage. Pecs. Bicep. Pinky there. Clavicle. Push this around. But I'm like, what? So and so you're not stretching your body away from the it. You know, it can get bulky, but that bulk isn't actually getting off of the rib cage. So if you look at, go back to bodybuilders, always the weirdness of bodybuilders. Right. I mean, even something as, hold on, let's find one absolutely ridiculously bubble piece. All right, let's look at this bubble guy. Right. If you look, right, you know, his pec, but here's his rib cage, right? And that shoulder blade, that shoulder bone's still here. Because, right, see, the bicep is coming up and under, as always, because that's your shoulder blade. Now, these things can get all bubbly and get weird, but the fact is that shoulder blade or that shoulder bone doesn't move. You know, you can get these massive lats, these huge pecs, but at the end of the day, the shoulder bone doesn't ride out. It's this muscle mass that makes it look like it's getting big. Right? Shoulder blades in there. Bicep is going up inside. Pec. Deltoid. So even ridiculous anatomy. Bubble gut. Right, we still haven't changed those connection. Deltoid, bicep still comes up. So it's the muscle bulk that gives you that extra wide form. You don't actually, you know, the shoulders don't go out. That's why, you know, their chests are always like, you know, all bunched up. Right? He looks huge. He looks huge, but that shoulder's still there. You know, he's not changing his skeletal system. It's just this bulk that changes silhouette. So, first, you know, getting your anatomy right's important. And that allows you to then come in and think about clothing. I would say that the clothing is sitting off his body, especially if you have belts. So I would work on getting but it's off his body because you had stretched him out more, you know. But I would also think about your belting and layering. So here we go. My advocacy for clay tubes. So before I put belts and stuff on, I would figure out what's going on with my fabric. I assume this is a cloth. This looks like it's been rolled up, so I'm assuming this is a soft fabric. If you're going to have fabric bunching sort of under the pecs and a brace. So what happens to our fabric? So our fabric's loose and it's kind of doing this, right? All right. And now, you know there's going to be a belt here. So before I put the belt on, I want to get my fabric sort of sitting in the right place. And so you'd see the pec here and here, whatever that outside edge of the pec is, because you have a belt pulling it against that muscle. And I'm just being melodramatic, so you can what's happening. All right, so you have your pec. This is coming down and over. So this is really going to rub against, right? You're pinching your fabric here over this pec, not so much over this pec. So this can still be sort of loose. And you'll lose a little there. It's still cutting under the pec, baggy probably or something. All right, so we know that this is going to do that. Come in here and pinch up that. So I would strongly suggest using clay tubes for belting, especially since you're getting a little bit of this pillow action going. Clay tubes does not build up, and it also allows you to use the brush edge to define the edges of your object. So instead of cutting things in and winding up with things that are loose, like you have a ill-shaped form here, and then you're cutting into it, and it's like a weird shape here. If you're thinking about these things as flat, you're going to be much happy. So we're going to brush strap here. And so I laid it down so I know where my strap's going to be, and I'm going to kind of cut that back in. Because that gives me the edges of where my fabric's going to be, so I know I'm going to get a little bunch of fabric right here. Right, and we know that we're going to probably get a bunch of fabric right here because it's pushed in. And that's going to be this fabric. Still getting stroke. Bunch. Because the belt's going. And so now same thing. I'm sort of making the trench where the belt is, the trench that the belt is creating in the fabric. If you're not going to do them as separate pieces, this is the easiest workflow to make sure that kind of being conscientious about where the body, where the fabric is. Replace fabric. And I'm just setting up the rhythm of where that pinching is happening. And then, yeah, but belt. I'm going to take SK trim polish and I'm going to level these because you had a buckle here. So you got to figure out sort of how it's buckling. So is it a buckle that's sort of doing this and then there's an eyelet there? Is it a, you know, is this actually buckling somewhere else? So this is attaching this and this is the buckle. And, you know, figure out what's happening with your buckle. But we're going to probably not going to tarnish. So think about where your strapping's happening and what it's doing. You see how I'm building it up with clay tubes, so I'm determining my layers with my edges on clay tubes. And that allows me to build up layers and still keep edges. And that whole layer thing is all this is about. That's what sells stuff, is that the things that are in front of things are in front of them, the things that are behind things are behind them, and never the twain. I'm gonna do this. Fine. You can see being rough, I'm not trying to, at this point, obviously not trying to do anything super, super detailed, but the story you have is a buckle with a series of straps that are attached somehow. Because how's that attaching? Probably rivets, maybe. But if you're doing it with clay tubes, you see how we're determining what's on top of what, and that makes sense as opposed to getting things all mushy and having everything at the same level, which makes no sense, and it muddies your model dramatically. So, right. So, one, get your anatomy straight, because that's going to solve a lot of your issues with. And then when you start plotting stuff out, I mean, so like, this is your belt and that's your shirt, right? Well, there's not a big crease like that, right? You have a belt. Your shirt is tucked under it. Make sure that when your shirt is there, when you start, that it starts in the place that it is. And then you're like, oh, well, it's baggy, so it's coming over the edge. It can come over the edge here, but it has to originate up and behind that belt, because that's what's happening. You're getting fabric up, over, and rolling over. Does that make sense? So you need to make sure that your relationships of your layers are in the right place as you go. Does that make any sense? And this is why I'm such a clay tubes user, because you can't get, I mean, I guess you can, but in this, if you're doing something like this, use your clay tubes and see it's giving you a nice form there, which is in front of the other thing. The other thing I tend to do is when I'm using clay tubes, I'll do this and I'll come back in and just stroke across the surface just so it stays flat, because often you'll get sort of rounded surfaces. And I try to keep everything sharp, flat, and clean for a long while. And then I'll come back, knock it down, smudge it, soften it, and But you need to make sure that things are in their proper place. None of that thinking. This is a bit more filled in. Cheekbone very rarely go okay. So now, once again, there are all kinds of people. There's all kinds of is under normal circumstances. Lips, chin are sort of one straight line. Okie dokie. All right, who's next? If there are no more questions,
Talib, the horse.
the horse. Das horse. Das horse.
Can you look at the boots of the last one?
Can we look at the boots?
Can we look at the boots?
Nope, no boots for you.
You look at those boots.
Look at those boots. How about those boots? No, okay. So, people have heels. Don't get rid of the heel. So are these, what kind of boots are these? Are they cloth? Are they leather?
They're
Okay. So then think about how a leather boot's built, okay? So you have your heel cap. Usually going to have a toe cap. Have that. Slightly soft. Then, depending on the boot, you sort of shoe cap. Seam in the Mm. You're not going to have a whole lot of lumps. I mean, unless it's like calf skin, like Renaissance fair boots, you know, which are like calf skin or something soft. These are going to have a little bit more structure to them. Hey, Dimitri. The other thing to remember, especially when they're this tight to the body form, you know, you're probably going to have them cut where there's room for the calves, because these are pretty bony, so they're tying, following the body a little. So give room for the calves. Let's come here. And outside calf. And depending on the kit, an ankle hump. It depends. Like riding boots will give a little bit of ankle hump. You can see by doing these in big strokes, right, where I'm taking a plane and defining that plane. Under that. And by thinking of them as block planes, it gives you that sort of blocky. Does that make sense? You know, if your boots have breaks in them, or if they're slightly older, you know, your boot's going to break here. And it's going to curve along. You know how riding boots get the breaks in them from wearing. That, you know, however you want to open them or side seam. Think about things just sort of as simple blocks first, and it's going to help you dimensionally. Right? Of course. All right. Now to our the horse. Nope, that's not. Is it an Arab? Okay. The Arabians. Now, it's looking pretty good. I think that I think this intersection here.
They said yes, it's an Arabian horse, and I just cannot believe you can look at a sculpt of a horse and tell what breed it is. What are you?
Well, Arabians have shorter bodies. I think they have one or two fewer vertebrae. Or do they have, yeah, one or two fewer vertebrae. Their snouts are a little different. They just have a really particular look to them. And this looks like an Arabian snout. I don't know.
I don't know how you stuff all this nonsense in your brain and retain it.
Well, especially since I can't remember anything else.
Right. But forget every meeting you're scheduled for.
Can't remember anything. But my brain remembers form. Okay, so two things. I feel that this shoulder's a little out of whack, and I think that you're missing sort of the function of this back leg. So let's just really quickly do a photo reference, because I'm not a brilliant anatomist here. See, they have that sort of like little ball head and the little pokey nose. Right? You know.
I believe you. I'm just astounded.
Especially since I'm not really a horse person. In the drawings, it's just, see how organic their head is, how it has sort of like a bubble head, a bubble forehead. They're very idiosyncratic. I like Arabian horses. I'm a fan. Looking for a specific anatomy that I love it when they don't actually do the picture. All right, so if you'll notice, where I think the issue is this. So one, I think that the neck has a little bit more bulk in here, or the shoulder has a, well, from the front it looks, as I say, I don't think this is as sharp. I think this neck is a little, and this might. I don't think this is quite as separated. If that makes any sense, I think this is more of a general. I think there's just a little bit more bulk there. I don't think you're getting this. You can get the muscle definition, but I don't think it's that angular. I think it fills in just a little bit more. And in turn, I think that this is just, because once again, where these bones meet, right? If you're looking at how the bone is, I don't think it's out here. I think it's here. This, I think your silhouette is just a little farther in here. And then that muscle is a definition, but it sort of fills in here. So I think this stuff may be a little too bulky and can't guarantee you on that one, but it's what I feel. And it's all about I feel, right? And then I think the other thing is you have like your forms and stuff really good. What I'm feeling that this is coming up and over here a little more. And I would say look at your horse anatomy, because I think this is coming up here a little more, and then you're getting it here. Let's look at, go back to my favorite. So if we look here, let's just, so I guess what I'm feeling is this angle right here. So, and I know this is a flexed muscle, so, but if this line is kind of pointing into here, because where these things are inserting, right, where the insertion and origin for these muscles are, and then you're having this angle here, right? So this muscle is coming in and up. And I just feel like it's just a slight transition here. Not seeing the sculpt. I think where this muscle, I think this muscle doesn't have that much droop to it. I think that slightly more angular muscle here, which gives you a little bit more of this cock feeling, even though it is relaxed. So I would go back with, let's see if we, the one that I was looking for, Steve, find. But see how this that neck muscle comes up and over. This isn't like a sharp corner. That's still a sculpt. I'm really annoyed I can't find Sculpt Steve because it's a beautiful. His crochets are just pure beauty.
Are you looking for a particular Steve Lord horse?
Yeah, he has a really beautiful side crochet, and
I found one. It's a relatively dark picture, but it's on his ZBrush Live profile, I guess. I just typed Steve Lord horse. Yeah, that one with the black background, second row.
Yeah.
Well, third row now. But yeah.
There it is. That's it. That's the horse I'm looking for. Yeah. um so I guess look at it. At the deer. Let me just look at that. He was my friend in college, and he is some sculptor. If you can ever take one of his classes, he's awesome. So I know the lengths are different here, but there is a hitch shape, right? You know, this is sort of a triangle, this is a triangle, and then this is a triangle. And I think what I'm missing here is I think that this triangle, this filler in here, I think that there's just too much of this because I'm not getting this angle right here in the butt muscle coming into the thigh or into that knee. I think that this meat right here is too much. I think we're missing some of this, the sharpness of this muscle mass, if that makes any sense. And that's just throwing off the stance a little because it just feels really soft and round. And there may be connective tissue here. I can't find that. I don't know enough about horse anatomy to really pull this one out of my mind. You're like, same thing. Right, you know, the silhouette might be there in the sense of, you know, if you just took it from a silhouette image, you're like, oh no, but that's the silhouette. That may be true. But I just feel like you're missing kind of the angularity of this muscle group. If that makes any sense. And I can't find a good image right now, but I think that you're going to find that it's, you know, you may have that soft silhouette line, but I think that that's going to be more like connective tissue or tendony feeling there as opposed to look at the shape of this muscle. I think that's what I'm thinking because I feel that that's a slightly more aggressive angle and I'm not seeing it there. And then this muscle kind of, so it's not quite just a stop there. It fills in. In the But otherwise, I mean, it looks great. I could tell what it was, right? Sorry, I don't have better answers on that one because I couldn't find my anatomy image, but I just I just feel that this got it's no longer that triangle shape. It sort of became this soft square shape. And I'm identifying all this by block shapes. I mean, my anatomy of horses is grand. Alrighty.
Cheers.
Whoop whoop.
Well, that is all the files.
Awesome.
So let's come up with a new thing to do.
Okay. Well, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go pee.
Okay. Right. Be right back on the screen
Okay.
with your fancy red pen.
Answer
Fancy
Okay.
red pen.
my fancy blue.
Oh, you got your fancy ZBrush. Will the horse be good enough for rigging?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I assume the answer is pretty much always yes to that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, you could totally rig it. Just look at that back hip. Try to find a good anatomy reference on that back hip, or back thigh, the buttocks to the thigh, because it just, especially with Arabs who tend to be thin, you know, it's not a quarter horse. You know, they're not huge, bulky. You really can see the muscle structure in them. I will be right back. Must pee. Actually, I'm gonna get a cup of coffee and be right back. Is that okay? Do I have time to do that?
Oh, yes, you do.
All right, be right back. Mm-hmm.
Mm.
All right. I commissioned a cup of coffee.
That sounds very fancy.
I haven't had roommates in a long time, so it's really nice when you go, can you make me a cup of coffee when I go back to streaming? Okay, I begged a cup of coffee. Alrighty. So now what?
So you can work on your beer stein, or I think a thing that might be interesting is I just uploaded five files that I found of the no mask
Hmm.
rings, bowls, etc.
Mhm.
And it could be interesting if you went through them and sort of did a critique on yourself from
From a
when you
long time
started.
ago in a galaxy
Yeah,
far, far away.
from 2012, I think you started making these.
Oh no. Yeah, well, okay, yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
2012 is the first one that I found.
yeah. Because it was after. That's funny because I had some early models that I was playing with, but I bought the book of the famous no masks and I based them off famous no masks.
Mm-hmm.
So, of course, anytime. All right, so let's go here and go new. Where did you upload them?
They are still uploading. I just put them in there. It might take a short eternity.
Is one of them uploaded?
Let's see how far along they are.
Need some gigabit internet.
I really do.
You
One
need
of them is about halfway done, so give it
a
a
couple
minute,
minutes.
couple minutes.
All right. So, what we're talking about is I made a line of jewelry. Well, what, 2012, so roughly 10 years ago. Right, 11 years ago, whatever. I can't really, I just add zeros to things, so don't expect miracles from me. I can remember the anatomy of an arrow, but I can't add. Or I guess technically that would be subtracting. I don't know.
Either way,
I
depends on
don't
how you look at it.
can't do it. So we made. I love. So when I was going to Japan, my the people that I went with, love No, and the National No Theater in Tokyo is super. It's really a cool place, and No's awesome because you have these huge, beautiful costumes, but no masks are designed to sort of be worn on the face. They're actually a little tiny. And it's a really fascinating presentational drama. It's very stylized. Um, and so like it's like No is the esoteric thinking drama, and then you have Kabuki, which is like the psycho high energy like action adventure drama. And they're just such fantastic um they're fantastic icons. You know, they're incredibly well thought out. They're very interesting, and the characters have stayed the same forever. You know, I mean, everyone knows who Hanya. You know, I don't think most people know that it's a scorned woman. I love how many people think Hanya's, but see if
The first file is finished uploading.
and that is
I just put it in the Pixo Grit
upload.
folder
Oh,
because that's
great,
where you were already. Yeah.
great, great. I might have. Oh, this is a big file.
Mm-hmm.
They're all big files.
Okay. It's probably true. Look, how long did that take you to upload?
Download's always faster.
I don't know. Our upload actually is often faster than our.
Yeah, shut up.
That's Kappa. He's not really a no character, but I like Kappa, so I made. Kappa's pretty cool. He has like a little water in his forehead, and the top of his head's a bowl, and so if he loses his water. Can't remember. No,
It's the name of the subtool, isn't it?
Senkojo. God, I can't even see. I need new glasses. Kokushikujo. Now, this one actually is pretty cool because I really wanted to make this. This is sort of a more primitive craft mask, and all these holes are like little sprouts of hair, like horse hair, that's trimmed and they stick out. So I wanted to do it with multicolored wire, and you can see here this is a. Like this is connected, but ooh, these are. How can this be such a huge file and these are all decimated? Sorry. Um. Just new plugin. Masking. These are roped on, or these are bound like that, so the mouth moves when they talk. This was a cool mask. And then we have Yakan, which is he's kind of fun. Surimanako. Surimana. Now the main reason that he wanted me to do these is because I critique hair a lot, and these were hinky winky, very fast, scrappy hair. And so a lot of the things that I now do, making things like this and learning about things like this, like I've changed how I do things dramatically. And so it's really funny because like on her, see, I've cut these in, which I would say never do now. So hold on. Who should we work on? Which one do you want me to work?
I think this one's the most obvious.
Oh, that is pretty bad.
Yeah, yeah. The ones with hair.
Yeah. I think his hair wasn't bad, was it?
The first one and the second one.
Well, that's
yeah.
horrible. The water there is also horrible too. I've made a different version of that where the water was much more watery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's 500 different no files, so it's impossible to decide which ones I should actually send you.
At least that one's a little more dimensional, so that's not as bad. Look at that. I was just using rake. I was just using the rake brush.
That sounds all right.
She's the most classic figure, so let's start with her. So I also have the names of these in Japanese, so the galleries are the names of the characters.
That file is also uploaded now. All of your galleries.
Bam. So these were the names. The background set on. Fascinating. So these are the galleries for the insides of the parts, so they can be lighter and more hollow, but still have some character and its perceived value. You can see it fits in that. All right, so first thing we need to do is, so we're going to take this, we're going to drag it down here, and we are going to do, we are then going to mesh it. There we go. And then the next thing I am going to do is I smooth, and I'm going to smooth all this stuff out. And why we're doing that is because when I do forget I just got a care package of and things an app.
Thank you.
All right. So, can anyone guess why are we doing this before we ZRemesh it?
I have a guess, but I know the answer.
Better know the answer. If you don't know the answer, we got to have a little talk.
It's because you hate its face.
Because I ate its face.
Hate, not ate.
A little hungry. So, did anyone guess?
No.
Come on, guys. Some guesses out.
You don't these details before ZRemesh. I'm going to assume they wanted to put the word need in there.
Right. So ZRemesh, and why people get a lot of crappy ZRemeshes, and then they kvetch and gripe about ZRemesher not working and wow. ZRemesher is one of the most awesome tools in history. It's great. And if those of you who don't understand that ZRemesher is awesome sauce, shame on you. So what we're doing is we're removing geometry changes, right? Because if I ZRemesh is going to try to figure out how to get all of these little cracks in there. And I want a nice clean ZRemesh. So I'm removing a lot of the geometry that has surface details on it because it's going to try to keep those surface details. And in my base mesh, I want my base mesh, because we're going to make new versions of this piece, or at least updated versions of this piece. And I want my geometry to be really clean and usable. So, coming through our process, and we are going.
As you smooth that, we've got a question from Punching Ball. Why is it recommended to use a mesh size of 2 in ZBrush? Why is it 2 and not 1? I don't know that I've ever heard that.
What do you mean? As far as what do you?
I'm not sure what mesh size.
Yeah,
is
I'm not
referring
sure
to.
exactly what you're talking about. I mean, You mean over in the project? I guess that's 0.02
0.02.
normally. Is that what you're doing?
Hmm.
Now she's tortured me. It smells.
It's in the documentation of Pixologic, the size of the mesh to work in XYZ like a bounding box.
Okay, well, it's because the initial mesh comes in at 2 millimeters. And some of the tools, so like the internal scale to ZBrush is millimeters, right? So 1 unit is a millimeter. And when you bring the star in, or when you initially bring one of those base geometries in, it usually comes in at 2 millimeters. And a lot of the sort of special effects brushes, what's the subdivision, what is this thing called? What's that mesh called again? Micropoly. So like when you're building micropoly meshes, it wants to be in the center of a 2 millimeter by 2 millimeter by 2 millimeter square. And so when Ulfer developed a lot of these tools, I think that they started with a 2 millimeter box as the foundational size for some of those effects. And so that's the only, excuse me, I think that's the only reason I would say that, because I work in real scale. I'm not going to, I take my base mesh to whatever size I'm working in. But I think it might be saying something in the vein of, oh, our foundational scale for X effect, Y effect, the nano, micropoly, nano brushes, things like that. I think that might be sort of the base size for those effect driven brushes. Hey, Bran. Well, now you have a chance. I'm here. Woohoo! All right, so if you told me the page of the manual, I imagine that that's tied to something, if that makes any sense. It's not a, hey, we suggest you work in 2 millimeters. It's probably, hey, if you're doing this, know that 2 millimeters is your foundational square. Because to get micropolys to work, I had to come to grips with that 2 millimeter box. So what I'm doing here as well is I'm opening these holes up just a little bit more, because when we start to remesh this, these holes tend to close up because they have less geometry in them size. And when you have something like this, we won't be able to go down to. So normally when I remesh, I want my model to be under, or I want it to be right at 700 polys, because 700 polys allows me to subdivide up to 9 subdivision levels and be in that 6 to 8 million poly range. So it's easy to get my 8 and 9 subdivision levels in. But when you're doing something like this and it has this many piercings, you're not going to be able to get. Usually we'll be able to get down to maybe, I'm guessing with this many holes, we'll probably be stuck in the 2000 range. Okay, so now I've cleaned up my model, and actually I'm good. Rid of even. the bends. I don't mind the shape being. Just don't want pinches. And this is a non-symmetrical part. So make sure you don't have symmetry turned on. Normally I'd say turn symmetry on. You just wind up with cleaner models if they're symmetrical, but you can't really get away with this part. There it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here. I am going to go to ZBrush. I'm going to come here and I'm going to go 11.2. I'm going to turn adaptive on. So 11.2 subdivides down to 700. So, and this isn't exact, right? You know, it's random. It's here or there because it's going to give you a number that allows it to have the geometry it needs to give you what you got or what you want. So I don't have any creases. There are really no edges to detect. So I'm not going to keep creases, edges, any of that. I am just going to go. We did duplicate. Yes, we did. Okay. So duplicate it. Before you do all this, duplicate it. And now we're going to ZBrush. Okay. So I said 11.2. It came to 10.7. Fine. And you can see it actually did a pretty good job of keeping it even without symmetry. I'm just looking if there's any weird little areas that are going to cause me grief. And usually those are star intersections. We're trying to avoid as many intersections like this right here as we can. We want it to be nice and smooth. So now I have this. So instead of me just going divided at 700, I'm going to come in. I'm now going to go half, and I'm going to ZBrush. And
can you re-explain 11.2? Why does 11.2 mean 700?
So this is why. Let's do something that's easy. Ball. So we have a ball. I'm going to come down here, and I'm going to go 11.2. I'm now going to remesh. And it's 10.6. All right. Of course, today it's not. But why we do that is this. So now I go half, and I ZBrush, and I ZBrush, ZBrush. And see how it's 536. So remember it was 10.6. So 11.2 brings us down to like 698 or something like that. So it's just under 700. And why we want that is, I mean, 536 is just as good, honestly. I want it below 700. So when I start dividing this back up, divide. See, at 2 million polys, I have 7 subdivision levels. Divide one more time. This is my normal starting geometry between 5 and 8 million polys. So I have 8.7 million polys with 8 subdivision levels. So that gives me so much control over my mesh. The more subdivision levels you have, the more control over your mesh you have. Do we understand that? I mean, does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that the theory is coming across well. Just the specific number 11.2. Like, why not start with 7? Why not bring the slider to 7?
Because, well, well, it'd be 0.7.
Yeah, because that would be 7,000, I guess. 0.7.
Let me duplicate this.
Because it would immediately turn to chaos is the answer.
Right. Because see how I can start to look here, right, and see how I have this weird pinchy area right there? Well, I'm going to come back in with Sculptures Pro. I'm going to knock that pinch out. And then I'm going to go half again. ZBrush half. And it can allow us to have, see how it doesn't have that weird pinch in it anymore, right? So we're correcting our geometry as we're lowering. Now, as you'll notice, we're starting to get some pretty ugly breakdown in here. And like I said, because this has so many small piercings, we're not going to be able to get down that low. But let's do it one more half. And honestly, it's not horrible. But see how thin this is right here. So if we come here, let's inflate this. Where I know that it's going to be a problem. Remat. And see how that's much more solid there. And we're at 5,000 half. And you can see this is probably as close as I'm going to get. Because every hole that you have in your part, that's as low as you can go. But let's go here, undo this back up to here, and let's go 700. Well, okay, so let's just go to where this is. This is 2,800. Let's go right here, and we are going to go 2.8. Enter, and see. Homemade apple butter, awesome. Actually, it did pretty good. But we've also gone to see how you have a weird intersection here. This is, excuse me, this is weird geometry right here. And as you divide that up, that weird geometry is going to be weird to sculpt in. So as you half it and go back, one, it's more intelligent about retaining the geometry, like it's trying to retain the geometry from the last division, where if it's just trying to do the broad scope in one thought, it's messier. And you have more control over how your geometry works if you do it half by half by half. And now I'm going to take this and divide it, divide it, divide it. And so you can see that at, what was it, 2,800, I have 7 subdivisions, but at 11 million polys, I have 7 subdivisions. So for those of you who don't have My Pretty Pony computers, 11 million at a starting geometry could be a little steep. That can be rough to work on. Now, I'll probably wind up dividing this again up into the, what is that, 44 million range. And yeah, but you can see that to get 8 subdivision levels off a 2,800 poly model, you now have to go all the way to 44 million. Where if you can get it below 700, I can get 8 in 8 million. So there's a huge difference. And the more that you have, more subdivision levels you have, the more control. Does that make any sense?
Yes. Yes is the answer I meant to say.
You're like, no. I'm like, are we going to have to go over this again?
No, I think that was real good.
No, that was real good. So what we're going to do is come over here. We're going to hold down Control, and we're going to make this our history state. I prefer project history more than project all. I find that it's just a little bit more accurate. It picks up some of the little things and you don't get as many blowouts. But that might just be me being crazy. I'm pretty sure it's true. It's my story, I'm sticking to it.
Does Sculptress Pro generate triangles?
Yes. Lots of them.
Okay.
That's in turn why we get to remesh. Uh-oh.
Don't try to talk.
And turn transparency on. Move elastic. Sorry about that. Very rude of me. But I have to eat. I forget to eat. And now I'm just going to take the time and I'm going to drag these surfaces inside my mesh. Does everyone understand what I mean by that? Right? See how this is outside? I'm bringing it inside the shell of the. And that's just going to give us with a nicer projection. I'm just trying stuff fairly close to the actual. Mm-hmm. And it's worth taking the time because having the remesh geometry clean is worth every second of it. A lot of people are like, well, it happened in one swoop and blah, blah, blah. Work on it. Welcome to, welcome to a computer program. There is no one button solution to any of these. And if you're not lazy about it, you wind up with much more usable and controllable. And you can make better models. Pushing that. close. There we go. Okay. So now everyone's roughly there. I'm going to lower my resolution one more. 182,000 is really good for your first projection. Oh, see how far my nose is off? I know that that's not going to. We're going to drag our chin. All I'm doing is trying to get my surfaces close enough for that first projection. Now, a lot of people are like, well, why don't you just make the projection distance? You get weird artifacting, and I find that, this really doesn't take that long in the grand scheme of things. It's just cleaner. Once again, I have a little bit more control over it. So project history. Nope, that's project. Let's see. Because that pulled most of this into the general area. And this is a multi-stage step, or multi-stage process, multi-step process. It's not one button hit, click, fix all. Because we're just kind of working through our surface. Because I also don't want my mesh to distort a ton. I want it to be as nice, clean, and simple as possible. Yeah, no. I'm intentionally projecting this low because I just want, if you project it high the first time, it's not going to hit, and it's actually a much messier mesh. So it's easier for me to just relax the stuff back into a position that's close, and I just step up the next time. The stuff. Kick that. Like I said, you can't get impatient and just crank up your projection distance, but you wind up with these hidden folded surfaces, and if you're not used to looking for them, you can think that your meshes are good and they're garbage, and you only find that out after you start sculpting and it fails, and then it becomes solid, and it's just like, so just taking your time. View it as like a little Zen step. This is where you think about eating.
I think Punching Ball's question was, why wouldn't you do the projection on the lowest possible subdivision instead of using Move Elastic to move all the little edges around?
Because
would it help bring the shape back to closer to the original?
At some point, if you are not adjusting that, like if you're not adjusting this right here, projection distance, it doesn't matter when you do it, it's not going to pull it up. I find that it's most effective if you start in the 100,000 range, because as you can see, we sort of get stuff in the general area, and there's enough detail that I can see where some of my holes are going to be, where some of my problem areas are. So I tend to do my first projection in that 85 to 200,000 range. And so now I'm going to go to a higher res, and this will bring us in the 700,000 range. I'm probably going to go million's a little steep. We'll do it at 2. Any places that are obviously problem. Like I could tell that this area right here is going to be a problem. Symmetry. Right, I really want this to be where the hole is, so I don't weirdness. On something that is not symmetrical, you really have to make sure that you symmetry, or you've just caused yourself a world of grief. And I do it all the time. Okay. And like right now, I can see that this is going to be a problem right here, so I'm just build that up until it's pretty close to the surface. I can tell that's not going to back. To have symmetry. Some of these move pretty dramatic. Be careful about going through to the other side.
I suppose why at this step not use the project history brush instead of clay tubes or
You mean why not use projection like this and do this by hand?
yeah,
Because
just for the parts that you're touching up anyway.
right, because here coming in here and you're projecting. And this is a way to do it if you're careful. But the problem is no one's careful at this point because you're just trying to rip through this, right? Okay, got it. And here, and I'm going to do this. And what you have done is, yeah, this is great. But see all this stretching and see how you get all this artifacting? Unless you are very careful and rotate your brush to where it's 90 degrees to the surface when you're doing it, you distort the living hajibus out of your mesh on the corner. If there's any rollover, it drags all that up to the surface. And I find that for the most part, no one's going to pay that. No one's going to pay that much attention, and you're going to screw up your model. And half the time, you're not going to notice you did it until once again you're sculpting and you just have garbage. There are lots of ways you can try to get around this. But I find that honestly, really, this is the easiest. Now, you can go up to about 3.5 or 4. I'm just really reticent about doing it because you get some very strange artifacting. And like I said, I know where to look for it. But if you're not, and it might, we're pretty close here, so this might actually work. But I find that unless you are very aware and you're very careful, you can wind up with some absolutely
was that part of the like project history or something?
Yeah, I don't know what that was. That was bad. Okay, so let's project history. And I did this at 4.5, which it should be able to carry 4.5, but we're going to look for some of the areas that I'm talking about. See if the... So you can see we got a pretty good projection off that, right? see.
And you can turn on the white material, would give you a brighter surface underneath of it too. So saith Eric.
No, it's true. Totally true.
Mhm.
But wrong one. That takes it.
Was it flat color he liked?
6.
In shade 4? In the quick pick top row. I guess it's still, if you control W or whatever it is to change the, yeah.
No, it has pink. All right, so here is a prime example of what I'm talking about. So how projection works, right? You have your surface. You have the surface that you're projecting to. And then you have your projection distance. All right. So what it does is it doesn't know that it's 2 millimeters away. And these are not corollary to millimeters. I don't know what these numbers actually. These aren't unit numbers, I don't think. These are random. There's some of these numbers that are. So, and watch them say, no, those are millimeters.
I am sure it's not just random.
No, they are sometimes just really random. Like decimation master, right? Or in decimation, or in Dynamesh. Like in standard Dynamesh, there's just a number, and it's an algorithm that has something to do with the size of the part and the size of your space. So it's not, I mean, unless you're using the exact same space every time in the exact same size model, it's not calculatable. You have to just drag it and see where it winds up. I don't even know. But there's obviously an algorithm that does it, because in Decimation Master, you can pick a number, right? Okay. So it's looking for the negative normals of your model. And if your surface, if there's a negative normal at 4 millimeters and your surface is at 2 millimeters, it's going to ignore your surface and it's going to go to this 4 millimeter surface. So here you can see there's a prime example. See how this surface obviously attached, see how it's a nice projected surface, and that surface is a nice projected surface, but they're in the wrong place, right? This one reached over here and found a surface, and that one reached over there to find a surface. And see how you get these weird crossing over surfaces? That's because this was outside of the surface and it went looking for the nearest negative surface. So you wind up with this bizarritude. Now, I know where to look at these because you're usually looking in corners where there are intersections that it can look past, right? So let's smooth this out, and you can see what it's done here, right? It did a huge crossover, and it made really bizarro geometry. Okay, well, that's fine, because I kind of know that it's here, right? Because it's this intersection. But look over here. See this? This is something that if you are not looking for it,
On the inside of the shank, on the other side.
yeah, I'm looking over here.
High and to the right.
Great idea.
There you go.
So right here, right? You can see this with this on, but look, you might not notice that. You might, oh, look, I'm just going to smooth that out. No big deal. Well, that is a big deal because even if you got it smooth, this is still a horrifying surface, right? That's a world of coplanar surfaces. ZBrush does not like coplanar surfaces. Look at this mess over here. And that's because it was projecting too far. So unless you come in and you find all these little places where it projects too far, and then you're going to reproject it anyway, it's just a lot easier to avoid. See, here's another prime example that you're probably going to miss, right? You're going to do that, and you're like, oh, look, that's a smooth surface. But look, it's not. It's crossing over right here. That's a coplanar surface. That causes all kinds of things to blow up. Those are the things that ZBrush blows up over. And so let's just keep looking.
So the solution to this,
It's just creeping up on it.
yeah, is just not use a projection distance of 0.45.
Right.
Go lower. Go lower, stay lower.
I just used 2, right? And see, it's these surfaces right here that will kill you. Because look here. Do you see anything wrong with that surface? Are you going to come back and think about fixing that surface right there? Anybody? Does that look like, oh God, I need to fix that or my model's going to blow up?
Nope, looks fine.
Yeah, look how they're crossing over. Look at how much motion crossover there is there. So you can see that if you have too big a projection distance, how it's looking for the thing that it wants to project to gets messy. And unless you're willing to go back through and do this, and honestly, you're going to reproject this again anyway, because you now have to go back and fix all this crap. You know, it's just easier to step up on it. And yeah, you know, it's not a one button solution and everyone's like, oh, well, you know, it's wastes so much time. Why would you ever do it? Because I make models that manufacture well. I don't have problems with my models being garbage. And when you try to print them, they fail, right? So over the years of trying to make manufacturable objects, these are the things that are very, very important for manufacturing. If you're just going to paint it and stuff, who cares? I mean, you're going to do whatever you're going to do and no one cares because it doesn't matter if it blows up because you're not trying to get it out of the machine. But, you know, my entire monetary existence depends on me being able to get these out of the machine and sending them to a printer or a manufacturer and not having failures. And these are the things, you know, everyone's like, oh, well, I can make a model, so I can make a manufacturable piece. Well, that's not true because people send absolute garbage models to manufacturers. And that's how you lose manufacturers, where they're like, no way in hell I'm ever touching your models again because they're, you know, I have to spend 14 hours fixing your model. And so it's a really important thing if you're trying to get to manufacturing or printing. And so, you know, these weird, I mean, you can see how these are all folding up on one another and they're ugly. But you'd never even know that if you didn't think about coming in here and looking at this. So what I teach and what I try to accomplish is, yeah, you know, it seems like an arduous back and forth task. But the fact is that it makes it where we have nice, producible models that, you know, don't blow up. They don't cause manufacturers headaches. And in turn, people will manufacture your work. I mean, here, see, this is another prime. Look at that. Look at how folded up and wacky that. And I think, you know, it's one of the more, ZBrush is an awesome manufacturing piece, an awesome manufacturing software, but you do have to understand the pitfalls of how the program thinks so you can make sure that you're not giving people models that they're going to hate you. And let me tell you, when a manufacturer has to sit there and work on a model for 14 hours that you sent them, they hate you. They don't like you at all. And you're going to pay a fortune for that model because they're going to charge you the hourly rate for the CAD ding dong that had to sit here and do exactly what I'm doing right now. And actually, they're not even going to bother with this. They're going to run it through Magics, get it all weird, and you're going to lose like 4% of your detail because they're not going to care about the model because they're already angry at you. And yeah, you're going to have crappy pieces. And this goes for anything. This is action figures. This is, you know, miniatures. This, you know, anything that you want to come out of the computer. These are issues that you're going to have to deal with, live with, and think around. The other thing is, even if your model is super close and you are going to re-project again, go over and smooth it. Just do a real fast smooth over all of it. Because once again, ZBrush does not like coplanar surfaces. And if 90% of your model was a good projection, well, it's already on that surface. So now it's looking off to a different surface, and you wind up with another whole world of squirrely model. If that makes sense. All right. So we're here. And now we're going to actually 0.2 again, or 0.02, not 0.2. So I don't know what.
Type it. Just type it.
And I do it every time. I do that every time. All right. I'm going to take this. Hey, Daisuke. How we doing, my friend? And so now you can see that in a lot of those ugly intersection areas, we don't wind up with those sections. Now, these were places where I did not push it back behind so much. I don't care about that because I can literally just come in here and move it after the fact. But that prevents that from becoming a really weird space. So I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'm just going to do so pretty good. More time. Here I'm just going to take the brush and make it big. Not way too big. And I'm just going to run over it with smooth, just so those are not coplanar surfaces. I'm going to high res this, and we're going to project it. Right? Exactly. You have a picture of it? Can you post a picture of it painted? It's a beautiful model.
They did. It's in Discord.
Is it?
Yeah. I won't stand for it. It's too good and it makes me feel bad. And I think all these pictures should be deleted.
What's it under?
It is in community art.
In our community art?
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. That's awesome. Beautiful work, my friend. No, for those of you.
Put it on the screen. Jeez.
I'm working on it. Sorry. All about me. Ghost cat. Looks great. I love your top stitch. Awesome sauce, my friend. Awesome. Oh, those are the renders. I think you could the texture on the body. All right, so here we go. We have our model, and it is at 11.5 million polys, and it is projected. So now we're going to look at this and kind of laugh at ourselves, because what is the number one thing I tell everyone always that I tell everyone?
Don't
You can do it. Come on.
don't sneeze with your eyes open.
That's not it.
All right.
Oh, I guess while I'm eating.
Don't don't cook a steak more than 130 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's gonna get tough.
Yeah. God, I'm thinking here. Jeez.
Don't draw in your detail. So this is a beautiful example of drawing in your detail and why you don't want to do it. So once again, what is it, 10 years ago? Something like that? 11 years ago? How many years ago?
11, but it's gonna be 12 real soon.
Okay. So about 12 years ago, this is where we were at. Now, to be fair, ZBrush didn't do a lot of the things that it does now. But that really has nothing to do with, I don't know if they had clay tubes. I'm going to say they didn't have. Basically, they totally had. Right? See? So this looks like poo because it's cut into her head. And that's a crappy thing to get used to doing. So we are going to read this. And I know that this is not symmetry. This is a correct. All right. So see, she has this lovely forehead. And instead of cutting into it, I take clay tubes. Come right here. Define our Now it's funny because this actually isn't hair. This is paint. So today, I wouldn't make this hair. I would choose a different texture and just so it does have a texture, but it's black charcoal and it's a paste. Can't remember. So in this, go come in here. We're gonna go back and forth and come right. And I'm just gonna make this a detail, not hair. Because at the end of the day, I don't want this to look strokes. And then I'm going to come SK twist. I'm going to make it small. I'm going to run around this lip. And now you may be saying, but Tomas.
But Tomas, you're cutting into your surface.
See?
Like that timing.
Yeah, it was beautiful. But we're just going to come back over here and we're going to smooth that little crescent down so it is actually smooth and we are not cutting into our surface. And what we've done is we've created a lip that is sitting on top of the surface, not something that's cut into the surface. I'm going to take SK Clay Fill. I'm going to come back and I'm going to fill in that little the dent so the half round is only on the outside edge. And what that does is it gives us a visual separation from the surface to our little groover. I'm going to come in and knock some of the roundness. Mm-hmm. And so if you look at that, tell me which one is sitting on the surface of it. Right? And it really makes a big deal. No, I was using a crack brush. It wasn't standard. But yeah. Now, let's see if this will work. Can't remember if I tried this or not. Smart Resim. Well, thick skin works. I just still find that even if I were going to do it with thick skin, I'll still use that twist because it gives me that round. So my surface, instead of being straight, I wind up with a surface that sort of does that, which makes this a much more dynamically reflective edge, and it gives you that lift off. Oh, that was kind of dumb. I can exit out. I should have lowered the resolution off 11 million.
Maybe that 256 gigs of RAM isn't enough.
I know, right? That's my opinion.
Jeez.
I think we need like 2 terabytes. Yeah, I know. Because this is going to hybrid this, but it won't let me escape out. This was a bad call on mine. For all of those of you wondering what I've done, I've created a mess. Smart Resim can be squirrely. I've just asked it to do something it really does. And you know you're in trouble when... Yeah, no. No.
Well, please don't crash it. You haven't quick saved.
No. It happens. It's going to do something here in a minute. Well, no. I mean, to be deadly honest, you don't need a fancy computer unless time is an issue. The only reason you need a fancy computer is, I work with models this size all the time. And if you don't have a fancy computer, each one of these processes takes like 15, 20 minutes instead of 5 minutes. But this process, I know is squirrely and really not designed for 11 million poly models. I think we're going to have to pull the ripcord on this one. Is there a way I can get it to crash where it'll try to save from the crash? That's funny. All right. See, this is the other thing you just need to learn. I think I might be able... If I cancel the process, will that view that as a crash? All right, fine. And for those of you who get freaked out when ZBrush crashes, if you're not sculpting and crashing in ZBrush, then you're not working. Oh look, aha, maybe we'll get it. Nope. Sometimes it'll give it to you, sometimes it won't. Funny. All right, so let's try this again. No, I'm not going to touch this thing again. What we will do is this though. Knife it. So... Boom. Okay. The back's the same on all of them. So I will Z-remesh your face. Oh, I know, isn't it awesome? Oh my god. It's just so great. The knife brushes are the bomb. Okay, here's another cool trick for those of you. Remember how I say, oh, you have to duplicate this? Duplicating is important because we're reprojecting back to it. Well, if you'll notice, I got overly excited with the knife brush and I didn't duplicate it. Now, all we do is duplicate it at this point, come back up here, and undo. Now, ta-da, and now you have your layers. So here we are. We're going to turn X symmetry on. We're going to turn it off. We are going to go 11.2. Turn adaptive off. Mesh. Boom. Clean. And for some reason it 20,000. Yeah, okay. Getting that general range. Half. The remesh. Half. There we go. 588 divide. Let's project at the 150,000 range. I like to use clay buildup when I'm doing this, only because I can just scrub it and it has buildup, so it goes back. Where clay tubes has no buildup, right? This way. And you can see that you just use clay buildup. Fill up the lip. Lip. Mm. Okay. Divide. 6. No, I do use the ZProject brush, but not in this circumstance because when I'm doing my remeshing, my base remeshing. So what happens if you use the projection brush is you have to be very careful because you can see, yeah, look, I can do this and it's right back there and it's great. But what the projection brush does, see this distortion right here? I'm trying to get a very nice, clean, even projection. And so what I've just done is I've taken all those and slammed them back. Like if you were just doing the lips, yeah, but most people aren't careful. And so you're going to wind up with here. See, the projection brush on edges goes all the way back. So I have all this distortion here. So if I want to sculpt in here, that's kind of a pain in the butt. Where if I take my brush, then I kind of brush it back to that. I come back in and then I project. And I've just stretched that out. So this might end up being stretchy because I sort of distorted that. But so instead of taking it and jamming it all the way back, see how the mesh is evenly distributed through that. So unless you're super careful, and for parts like this, it's really hard to do it. You're going to sit there and do it like 4 or 5 times, and it's just a pain in the butt. Where this way, I can go in, I get everything in place. I do use the projection brushes just at the right time, I guess. And I don't think that this is necessarily the time to do it because you're not thinking about it right now. You're just trying to get your mesh in, get it clean, and get it going. I'm looking for things like this. I'm not looking for, those minute little I don't want a massively distorted mesh. But see, like for stuff, I guess, here. But for things like this, I will use the projection brush because all you do is come in, hit projection, and you can get rid of this stuff really fast. But the second you go around a corner, right? So here's the other problem with projection brush. I'm doing this. Oh, look, I've got this side in great. It's coming in nice. Well, look what it's done to this side. You can't use symmetry with it, right? So it winds up being weird. You turn symmetry off. And yeah, you can come in, like I said, as long as you're careful, you can come in and do this stuff with the projection brush. But you just have to be very careful that you're not dragging. See how this is drug up? You just have to be very careful around the edges that you're not mangling your. So, yeah, I just think you have to be super careful at this point in using the projection. Well, to be fair, you have to be super careful all the time because it doesn't matter at what point you're going to use it. It'll do that. So, but yeah, like if I were coming in and I really wanted to tune up this outside edge, I would, yes, use the projection brush to come in smooth, get it from this side. But you have to be very careful and rotate it. Because if you're using the projection brush, you want to make sure that you're 90 degrees to that surface so you don't get just a fugly, mangled surfaces. Because see, even here, see how that's pulled all that up? Where projection doesn't do that. Projection tries to get it as even as possible. I mean, project all as opposed to the projection brush. Pretty close. Come back. Gonna moose this up. So bad. here. Play fill. Surf. Daisuke, have you talked to Sakake recently? How's he doing? He's my hero. You're kind of my. Right, so the difference between this, you can see how far below the surface it already is, right? So, again, I'm gonna get that up. Oh, that's great. Will you give him my best for me? I'm sad that we don't get to. No group picture this year. I guess we could all send a picture and then Photoshop it. Photoshop. Have you been to the National No Theater in Tokyo? It's such a neat space. I love it. Ah, yeah, you know, he should quit. He just sucks. He's so awesome. Love the suspender pinch. One day I'm gonna have to start collecting it. They're just too. I love them. So we have to figure out a way. Exactly. I think that's. We have to figure out a product transferal thing. I'll send you product. You can send me product. You guys might be. See, I was saying that people don't just have things sticking on the sides of the legs. See, I'm just. Actually, one of my favorite figures is she's Cerebus. So she has little dog ears, but then she has two hand puppets that are like the little furry chihuahuas, like Shih Tzus or whatever. And those are, so she's the three-headed dog. That's like one of my favorite sister. So good. So good. And so on this one, I'm sort of leaving these edges sort of rough. Because once again, this is take SK twist, make my brush really small. And I'm just kind of giving my hand a rat, kind of shaking my, because I don't want it to look I don't want it to look super like a decal or something. And then I'm going to go around one more time. Edge here. Just so they're not super clean. Now see, I have enough resolution here where I can't just smooth that little dent out. And this is where SK Clay Fill Alt works really well, because I just come back in and I'm just knocking that little lip off. So it doesn't have the appearance of being, right, I'm not getting, so what that little lip is doing, right, let's look at our profiles again, is when we're using twist, it does this, and then it does this, and it does that. So we're trying to make this look like it's off of the surface. So if it has this, this is reflecting this way, and that's what gives you the visual cue that it's below the surface, right? Because you have this reflective surface. So what we're using is clay fill, and we're making that flat so we don't have that reflection coming back up, right? So it's a flat reflection. You're only getting reflection off this surface. And then we bring the clay fill in here, and that way this is the only edge that's really round and reflective in that context, and it pulls that off the surface, and it really makes makes it look like it's not sitting on the surface. Yeah. Those wound up square, but yeah, of course. Ask away. We're just futzing around. We ran
And
out.
we do have one model in the crit folder.
No. Okay. Fine. In my arm. Mm. Oh. Oh, Francis.
Francis.
Ooh, what? Monster. No. I just spit all over. I was looking at my model sizes. 2.52 gigabytes. It's kind of a small file, huh?
As usual.
This one's actually taking a couple minutes. What's going on?
One of the models that we looked at on Wonderful Works by
The one that has the plexi globe?
Sakake, is that how you pronounce it?
Mhm.
Made one of the figures, and underneath of the figure is a swirl of liquid.
Mhm.
So
The water splash.
The water splash. So Ibra was curious how you could 3D print that in a clear material, which is possible. Formlabs and others make 3D printable clear materials, but
That you can that you can dye as well, so you could print it in blue.
yeah. So, but this model is actually PVC. So the 3D printing phase is just the prototyping phase. So you can see what it looks like. Once it's approved, metal molds are created that you pour PVC into, like a liquid
Mm-hmm.
material that will harden. And that's what this is. So this isn't a 3D print we're looking at.
Mm-mm.
And there was just some confusion in chat about it.
Cool, cool. Always look so happy. Okay. This is the character of God of War, right here. Isn't that?
That's definitely the name of the God of War guy, yeah, Kratos.
First, start making any comments. Sure. I love when people are like, but that's what the image is like. I'm like, okay, so the illustrator doesn't know about anatomy either. Okay. Okay. All right. So this is a little melodramatic. This muscle here. And once again, you may be creating something that's stylized and you're like, oh, I want it to look like that. But we're talking about an ad. So I'm not the biggest fan of Ooh, stop. Saw that right. Picture of the next grill set.
I saw a bunch of pictures of grills, but I was not looking at the screen a moment ago. So if you showed more pictures of grills, I didn't see them.
One sec. This is Kyle. I think they.
Are we getting canceled? Kyle, don't cancel us. I'm sorry, Kyle.
What is Kyle doing? Messaging 1 o'clock. Hold on. Oh. Alrighty. So, once again, if you're if you are trying to do this character, this character is actually pretty realistic. If you're trying to do a stylized version of him, I understand, and you can ignore what I'm saying. But let's get this group. Okay. Going to go to draw. So I also don't know, like, is this fantasy in that, or does he actually have? All right, just distracted myself out of that. Draw document. Oh, draw. Front back. Map 1. Import map 1. 4. And next we are going. Let's see. Okay. So your proportions and stuff are pretty good. I mean, are good. Let's go back to blue because. So the only thing I would say, really, I mean, because your positioning's good, your eye anatomy looks good, but your what is this muscle called? Makes me nuts. Okay, is a little on the melodramatic side, and so you sort of have two things going on here. Where is anatomy art? We haven't bought the expression book. Do we have the faces? What's the face?
Yeah, we have the anatomy of facial expressions.
So, like, you don't really, it doesn't really function. So what you have is this is coming down and under, and then this is coming around. Something. Right, so you see how this is attaching. Okay. So this is sort of doing that, and then this is doing this, right? You have this stuff here, and then you have this here. And what you have right now is just sort of this. That. And so what we want, right, is this kind of and we might, depending on the image, you can always come back and get in here. But I think that getting this stuff in the right place initially is a big deal. So right, because this is coming in. That is coming. And so you want to be careful about having that being. If you're saying the character looked different before, if you have a reference of it. That's cool. I just think that you're getting this dent in here where there is meat. Like basically you've removed the cheek meat and you made a dent here. And you know, there is meat and the cheek is back up in here. And so it, and I'm not necessarily trying to get the caricature right now. I'm just trying to get, you know, your anatomy sort of in the right place. Yeah, see, he has a pretty solid cheekbone. Once again, you scoop. Because once again, these muscles are sort of like a round. Could be too, but weird. I just think you cut this in super deep. Once again, stylization. You know, I don't know what the original character looked. Um, well, yeah, here it's even. Actually, it's funny. This is even. Um, he has much more prominent cheekbones here. So let's actually go back, and we can use this image. But see how you have this scooped out? Look, there's actually meat here, right? It's not cut so back and in. And this is actually accented with color, more dimensionality. So if we take even this one right here, that's what I was talking about. Let's go raw. does not like that shape. Don't have answers for that, but what we can do is this. See how small this is very large orbit is. So whoa. I would say that his orbit is actually but look at how much distance there is from pupil to the outside of the cheekbone here, right? And if we come right here, see through. All right, so from pupil, we look it up. Mhm. Wait, do I have the face? I can't grow that much beard. I have to get a fake beard. Chin. Stylized. Um, what's funny is he's even. Yep. And every time I go back again. Let's say even here, right? If we go back and look at where we were, and I mean, obviously, I'm not fabulous. I think that I'm doing something as far as the sculpt off. I don't know if it's in the sculpt off or if the streamers are doing a different sculpty thing. I don't know. I have a day slot for something. I signed up for something. So I don't know. I'm going to be sculpting at some point about something. Yeah. And Eric and I are doing a presentation this year as well. Okay, so this is where you're at, right? So I think you need to go back and look at a couple things. One, this is all very pulled in, and his cheeks end a little early, and this is melodramatic. Because even here, if we look at this guy, right? Look at how cheeky, right? These orbital wells are huge. And you see that your meat is sort of doing that, it's coming around and doing a huge orbit, right? It's not that. So what we have here, come on. Oop. Right. You can see you've completely cut out his cheek, and both these guys have very deep orbital crest, right? So this is a big shelf that I got a little puffy. This, if you look at especially the older one, this right here is quite a like a shelf. You see what I mean? And on this one as well. See how big this is? See how big that is? And only in the latest one did they bring that back down to sort of normal size. I mean, this is a huge, I mean, this is almost like Neanderthal bone structure, right? And this is, you know, there is that, this is a puffy muscle, but if you'll notice, it's not deep here. There's a crease line there, there's a crease line here, but I mean, you can see that this meat is coming and intersecting, right? You're getting a crease here, but this is not a deep crease because his, you know, this is a pretty solid edge. So that's not cutting back in it. I think that's the first issue that's a real issue. Right, so this is a pretty substantial ridge. It's not cutting in. And then this is coming in and doing this. And then you're getting this, if that makes sense. So, and I'm being melodramatic here, obviously, but it's not just this one bar going from here to here. You're getting this coming in, this is interacting flat, and then this is kind of, and that is where this crease is coming from. And there is sort of some meat right there, which is giving that little puff there. But it's not cut in. Right? Because you can see that you've basically removed this bone from his face. There's a bone right here. Does that make sense? So by doing that cut in, you've removed the cheekbone. And then I would say that this is cut in pretty dramatically. And it actually isn't a scoop. Right, there's meat there. So I would go back and revisit your cheekbones and your mouth meat, and make, you can have this crease there, but that's not a trench because you've completely eliminated the cheekbone. And homie got some big old, right? This is huge. So kind of come back in and revisit these forms. Because I mean the model looks not, it's not that it looks horrible, especially when you have hair. But I just think that you need to work on where that cheekbone is. This isn't cutting in, and where his lip. Well, yeah, I just don't remember what I signed up. In the stream lounge, they said, hey, pick a day to sign up for a slot. And I did, and I don't remember exactly. Rebels grovel, but they don't fall down. Right. So, yeah, I mean, your anatomy's great. I just think you have, well, I don't know what this is either. I don't know if that's actually in the character, but human anatomy. They asked us to volunteer for something I did. Right, that's what I thought. It's something to do with the streamers, and maybe the streamers are having a sculpt off. I don't know. I can go back and look at my thing and see what I signed up for. I have no idea.
So, if you're done with this model,
See, your anatomy's nice. I like it. All right. What's next?
reload
No.
Shin's model
Not a chance.
because
Forget
they
it,
have
buddy.
some questions about it. All right.
I'm totally
Well,
kidding.
then just
I'm
end this
kidding.
friggin' thing.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Hold on.
I know.
I'm kidding. Right here somewhere. You were in the first load. Okay. Did you hear what I said at all? Did he see any of this?
I assume so. They just had questions.
And now that he's here. Did he go to sleep? Just say you didn't hear any of it at all? Okay, let's start here. What are your questions? Okay, so did you have specific questions? Exactly. So it's meant to be like close. Well, okay. So what I had mentioned here, go to the. What I had mentioned is that I think that with a little bit more stroke control, you can start to develop the forms a little farther earlier. And so there's so if you're trying to make this look a little bit more like clothing, I use clay tubes. It looks like you're kind of using clay tubes, or at least something with a square alpha. A couple things that you should get used to doing. So I'm going to lay my edge in here because I want this to look. And then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to first. This is way too strong. 7. I'm here and I'm going to put that lip on. Now, so the first thing I would suggest is one, sculpt in slightly higher resolution. And then 2, when you're doing your stroking, like this stuff, do it shorter. So like right now you're kind of doing this and you're getting a long sort of messy stroke. And that's, I mean, that's fine. You're early on, you're doing your thing. That's fine. But 2 things to think about. 1, when you're doing your stroking, I'm going to do a subtractive. Travel less. Right? You notice how I'm only traveling like a 20th of the width of my stroke as I'm going. And because clay tubes is a build-up brush, or is not a build-up brush, it's more layer brush. The less travel you have between strokes, the cleaner your strokes are. Does that make sense? So I would consider that first. Then the other thing that you might want to get used to doing is no back and forth. And what that does is it prevents the angling of the brush. So when you're laying things in, you're only stroking in one direction. So it keeps your strokes a little bit more organized, a little smoother, and in turn, a little cleaner. And you can also go back and forth over it a couple times to smooth it out, because clay tubes is a layer brush and it doesn't build up. So that'll allow you to creep up on your forms a little cleaner. And so now let's come back over here. If it's cloth, it's not going, or if it's clothes, you're that big. smooth circumference wrap. So now you just need to decide what kind of fabric you want this to be. So this is an important transition. This is the leg, the meat of the thigh. It's on the top side of the crotch, right? That fits tight. This meat rolls over it. So this surface goes from behind and under the thigh meat to up and over. So this is an important transition, trying to get it to feel so close. And then you got to decide, how tight is this on the body? And that's going to determine what it is. If it's skin tight, I wouldn't worry about the clothing first. I'd get your anatomy where you want your anatomy. And then you just put defining line on it. Because right now, with that line as thick as it was, and I've even brought it down, that creates a very thick surface. If we come down here and I keep knocking this edge down, this becomes a much thinner garment. So the thickness of your material is the determinant on that edge. Right, see, and now it seems like it's fitting much closer because I've just defined what that lip is. The lip is the thickness of the garment, or the there. Whatever that thickness and how it rides against the body, the thinner it is, the more it will come. Once again, as thin as it is, you're not. And if you're trying to make it look like clothing, once again, what is it? Is it neoprene or is it cotton, right? Because, if it's soft fabric, you'll have wrinkles where these things. Right, so if it's soft, it's probably folding itself over itself in the groin. And so that gives you sort of crotch wrinkles. Does that make sense? So I'm not exactly sure what you're heading with that, but I think that if you're trying to get it to look like cloth, you got to wrap your head around how thick it is, and then what's the anatomy like. Is ribcage. Belt. Okay. Sure. Um, and you can have fantasy anatomy. I'm not sure exactly. Um, right. So I think that if you're trying to get it to look like cloth, one, you need to determine how thick it is. Two, what your anatomy is. Because if this were as it was initially, where this is a huge, thick part here, you have much less reason to follow the anatomy because, that becomes something that's thick. So this could become something that's much more stylized in the sense of how it's sitting on the body. Because now that's almost armor thick, sticking automatically. And so this can be, whatever you want it to be, not tied to the form or to the details of. You have the form of the anatomy, and these can be, much more stylized. Does that make sense? I don't know if helping you or answering your garmenting issues. You tiny. Okay, so it's almost like a leather or a thin neoprene. That's a nice image. Okay, so it is tight. So let's go a little. That's something I can look up for a bigger picture. Or is that unobtained? So it looks like she's wearing almost like a thin neoprene or sort of like a medium weight leather. Picture again. Is posted a screen. Yeah, weren't we just looking at it? Picture? Right? Can anyone find a bigger picture than?
Discord app. So you can probably control plus and zoom way in on that, but it might get a little pixelated.
Did I just close? Nope. I just closed Discord. One sec.
Still open in your browser.
Huh?
It's still open in your browser.
Yeah. So you get your anatomy sorted. But I would start with your anatomy because it is a tight, it's a tight garment. And so that's where you had this really thick. This edge right here is really determinative. So just make sure that edge you have isn't super thick. And then we have and so are you saying these are straight? Things that are so Mm. Yeah. And if you're trying to get these penetrate, stretch. With go back. And if I were being careful, done this first, gone back with history and got it. It's okay. I'm going to roll this front end. Smooth it. Bleed. See. Twist. I'm only going smoothing, and then I'm going to go the other direction. You can, and probably mask it off, and then just kind of punch that down and mask it off. And now you got the straps coming over, penetrating. I think with that sort of a dual, it seems like it's budding. So I would probably take twist. Grab pinch. And just gently do it. Don't get in there and jam. And just pull those two seams. Wrinkles with back under the belt. And so just start building up that way. But that now looks like a lot more like cloth on the body than a large. You just had this huge cliff there. So work out your anatomy, and then all you have to do is come and like let's say this is you got your leg anatomy. All you have to do is play tubes and determine where you want the line. Twist. Right, and then that looks like something that's sitting on the skin that's tight. That makes sense? Did I lose everyone? It just got really quiet. Righto.
Cheers, and it is now past 2.
All right. So there we go, kind and gentle folk. Another exciting day of let's make stuff in Sculpt. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Let's make more sculpting in Sculpting. Yep. And so if you are on YouTube, hit follow and like, and that little bell thing tell you when we're on again. It's really important that you do that. It's good for our algorithms, and it lets us continue to do that. Join us at ZBrush Jewelry Workshops if you want to learn how to do all this nonsense in a more organized and cohesive direction. Watch all of our other streamers because they're doing awesome stuff. Oh, the anatomy books. I got it to where you got a discount for you guys for the those anatomy books. Those anatomy things. Yeah. All right. I think that's probably it.
Buy ZBrush.
Buy ZBrush. I just
You
assume
don't
everybody.
have ZBrush. Buy ZBrush.
I just assume everyone owns ZBrush. If you don't own ZBrush, goodness gracious, get ZBrush. It's magic. If you want to try it for free, it's still a 30-day trial, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you can get a 30-day trial, or you can play with ZBrush Core Mini for free.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we have videos on Core Mini. Eric's made some lovely videos on. Let's see. Oh, Daisuke might know. Do you know what I signed up for on the stream thing? It was some sort of sculpting. Is it a sculpting competition between us, or is it just all of us sculpting? I don't even remember. It's been so long. My poor brain. I signed up to do something on Monday, I think. Okay, I should look at that. It's a mess. All right. Yeah, the sculpting sessions. So, what are those? What did I agree to do? Is it just me sculpting? Like, is it just, or do we have a theme, or is it? Do you have any idea? It's okay. I'm sculpting of some sort, of some type, on something. Yeah, no, I'll definitely check with Kyle. Yeah, it's the sculpting sessions. I just don't remember what I was supposed to be doing. Oh, my goodness. All right. Everybody sign up for the Sculpt Off. It will be a fun surprise. And I'm sure I'm forgetting. Thank you, ZBrush, for letting me do this again. I know. All right.
Every week it feels like certainly they won't let us do this again.
One of these days they're going to find out and they're going to cut me off. I know it. Okay.
All right.
I will see you guys next week and have a lovely week. Be safe. Keep sculpting. It's all about keeping sculpting. That's how you get better. Is sculpt more. Sculpt more. Buy ZBrush. Sculpt more. Okay. Good night. Have a great one, guys and gals and